I will now call the House to order. Let us take up question number 109. Minister in charge, please.
Answer to start question 109. Sir? No, sir.
Banu Chorki.
Mr. Speaker, sir, since the answer is no, I would just like to get a clarity from the Honorable Minister, sir, whether it's not important, sir, to have SE office in Jainti Hills. As we all know, sir, Jainti Hills is one of a very big district, covers a very big population. And in spite being one of the oldest district, till now, sir, we are yet to get an office of Superintendent of Engineering, PHE, sir. So that's why I just want to know from the Honorable Minister, sir, whether it is not important, sir.
Sir, I must thank the concern of Honorable Member, Mr. Nujorki Sungo, who had expressed, even though we have never seen him getting annoyed, but while putting the question today, we can understand the gravity of the importance of having SE office in the Jainti Hills district. It's very true, sir. We are all agree that it is very, very important to have a circle in each and every district if possible. And the department is still under active consideration to create more circle in different districts of Meghalaya. And Jainti Hills is one of the most important, which we will consider it seriously. And if we can have circle, at least 2 districts in Meghalaya, then 1 should be in Jainti Hills. That is the answer from the department, sir.
Yes, Manoj.
Sir, I would like to thank the Honorable Minister, sir, for his positive reply. So, why I raise this very important issue, sir? As we all know, that all the work that was done in the division, sir, the work has to be routed through the SE office. So, for this very purpose, sometimes some small work, some small project, instead of taking only 1 to 2 hours, sometimes it takes more than 4 to 5 days to complete the scene. So that's why, sir, it's very important, and I will like to request the Honorable Minister to kindly take it as a topmost priority, sir, because our people have been suffering, then our contractor have been suffering for a very long time, sir. So kindly take it as one of the most important circle that needs to be created in the future, sir. Thank you, sir.
Point noted, sir. I agree with the Honorable Member that it is very, very important, and the department will do the needful, sir.
Yes, for process.
So may I know the reason why the department is not considered for sanction of SE post there in the West Jainti Hills, sir?
Sir, actually, as you all know, that it is very, very important to have circle, as I said, in each and every district. But we know also the fact that the government is already overburdened with lots of ongoing JJM work, which the government has to contribute 10% of the state contribution towards the JJM. So we understand, and I must thank the seriousness that the government has taken, and especially our Honorable Chief Minister, who continuously support the department, sir, in taking out the state share to contribute to JJM, which is huge in amount. And just in last, even in this week itself, I have disturbed, I have bothered Chief Minister 2-3 times, requesting him for the state share towards JJM. So I must thank the seriousness that this government has taken, especially our Honorable Chief Minister. And the main reason is that whatever we do, whatever action we take, it needs fund. So that's why we are still at At present, the topmost priority of the department is to ensure that each and every household get water pipe connection, and that's why others work, even though it's important, sir. But the topmost priority that we put is that we want to ensure that each and every household to get a water pipe connection in their household.
Sir, so my Honorable Minister in charge of PHE, for setting up of SE office, how much the expenditure involved, sir?
Sir, I will not be able to say exactly how much expenditure will be required, but a minimum we understand that for setting up SE office we need an SE post one, and then others assistants that are required in the office. So I will not be able to say exactly how much is required, sir.
So, last question, sir. So, according to the information that already received and also knew that PDG department they have many IMSC engineers, SE and others just lying here in the head department. I know that many of SE is still lying like that. May I request the Honorable Minister, if we, because of just sitting like that, because understand according to what explanation, GGM is very important. We understand that GGM need the more staff, like GE, like SDOs, like ex-engineers, like SE and others. But I could understand that GGM would not be successful without the appointing of SE. If we just temporarily arrange SE from here Shillong, posted in the West Jan Hills, that it will be help for the people and also for the state as a whole, sir.
Sir, we have got 10 SE in the entire state of Meghalaya, and only 3 of them are in CE office. And all 3 of them are busy, they have got their own responsibility. So we understand that it's important, but I just want to clarify, sir, here that the work does not stop due to not having SE in the district. They will send, as we have now, SE electrical, we have got SE rural circle. So the work has been routed to these 2 SE. That's why, sir, the work is not stopped due to this. But even though I have agreed at the beginning that it's very, very important for creation of SE, for creation of more circle in the state of Meghalaya, which the department is still considering this as a priority, and we will do as soon as possible, sir.
Yeah, now we move to start question number 110. Minister in charge, please.
Sir, reply to start question 110A, sir. At present, there is no work on the railway line in the state. B, sir. No, sir. C, no, sir. D, no, sir. E, yes, sir. Compensation has been paid to the landowners only for the land acquisition under the Tatilia Banihat sector. F, sir. The names of the landowners and amount paid to each person is as per statement placed on the table of the House.
Yes, Honorable.
Honorable Speaker, sir, we know that railway line is very important. It is like a lifeline for the economy of our country. At the same time, we cannot deny the fact that even in our state also, after proper mechanism to take care for regular influx of immigrant can be in place, it is important that we should have. Keeping in mind the sensitivity of this issue, keeping in mind the issue that we have to take on board the indigenous people of our state, I would like to know from the Honorable Minister, or maybe the Honorable Chief Minister, that what is the mind of the government, whether to go ahead with the railway line within the state or to stop it totally.
Yes, sir, I do agree. It's a very important subject in general in regards of the economy of the state and overall, sir. As for now, sir, we have a lot of pressure from the government of India, central government, to move it forward. But as we all know, there are many opposition from the NGOs, from the locals. In fact, there's also a case pending on this. So, yes, sir, because of the pressure and because of the need of it for the economy of the state, we are planning to move ahead with it, sir, forward. But at the same time, we have to consider all the matters of the opposition. We have to discuss on it, we have to listen to them, and we have to make sure that even if we move forward, we have to consider and take them on board, everybody who's involved in this. After that, sir, we'll move forward with it. Without that, we will make sure that whatever we can, we will try and take them on board.
Thank you for that very elaborate and very clear reply that the state government will go ahead with the railway line within the state. Now, sir, keeping in mind, as I have said in my opening remark, the sensitivity of this issue, it is important for the economy of the state, for be it a goods train or a passenger carrying train. Sir, with regard to this, I would like to know from the Honorable Minister whether the state government has asked or proposed for the construction of railway line in Khasi and Jaintia Hills region. If yes, kindly mention in which area or location the railway line is proposed to be constructed and to specify whether it is for a goods carrying train or for passenger train.
No, sir, there is no proposal, sir. As per my records, the only matter that we have is Bernihat to Shillong, sir.
Bernihat to Shillong, that is Khasi Hill region only. Yeah. Which means the proposal is already there. I want to get a clear
Yes, Bernihat to Shillong. Only Bernihat to Shillong, but then no work has been done, nothing, because of the opposition of the Taitila Bernihat thing. So nothing has been done, no estimate, nothing has been done, sir, in regards to that. It's just there.
So I would like to know from the Honorable Minister with regards to the survey, because in the course of response in B, sir, there is no, sir, but as per the report that we have generated at the ground, there are survey that has happened within Ribhoi district till Lailat, beyond that also. But here the response is no, so I would like to get a clarification on that.
So surveys has been done, but only one route, that is Taitila to Bernihat, and a little bit further of thing to Lailat, sir. After that, there's no more survey that has been done. That's all.
Then, sir.
Honorable Speaker, sir, I would like to, Honorable Minister,
This is my second.
I'll give you more. Please go ahead. All this time.
Honorable Speaker, sir, I would like to ask the Honorable Minister regarding the survey. The Honorable Union Minister, Railway Ministry, has sent personally the General Manager of Railway in charge of North East to meet me in my residence, for they are not allowing to do the survey. What is the reason they are not allowing to do the survey, sir?
If I may know, sir, who's not allowing to do the survey, sir?
So this is the information I got it from the Railway Ministry through the official of the Railway Department, sir.
A survey has been conducted, sir. Survey has been conducted involving personals from the Railway Department, central government also, sir. Many meetings also has been held, and yes, there have been oppositions from NGOs, and there are few from the Rangba Ashnongs, and in fact from the landowners for the land acquisition. There have been cases, but then I'm not aware of the fact that there's any opposition from the central government that says that you should not go for surveys and all. So
Honorable Speaker, sir, I'd like to just request to the government, since this is the information I have received and also
talk to me personally from the Union Minister Railway regarding the survey work. Since the General Manager looking for Northeast Railway Department, he had informed me personally that they are not allowing for doing the survey. For this, I would like to inform to the information of the House, sir. Thank you, sir.
Sir, with your permission, sir.
Yes, Chief.
Sir, this is of course a very important subject, sir. And we know that this issue has been lying pending in one way for a very long time. And this proposal for Banihat to Titilia to Banihat line is something that the work, of course, from the Assam side has progressed extensively. And we know that in the past there have been incidents when the exercise to actually implement and move forward with the line in the Meghalaya side had started. Some incidents took place, sir. Hence, I just want to inform the House that multiple levels of discussion have taken place with different organizations, NGOs, and also with Government of India. And I'll just like to throw some light on that. So the first point is that a long time back, maybe about, I don't exactly remember the dates, but 2 to 3 years back, these discussions were started, and we engaged with some of the organizations and expressed that the connection up to Banihat, at least in terms of goods train, is something that will benefit the state. And we all know that that was something that would have made a huge difference even during the COVID time, where we would not have to have large number of trucks coming in to our state and the trucks and the truck drivers going up and down, which increased the risk of the spread of the virus at that point in time. So therefore, a goods train is something that there is a form of agreement that it is important, and I think even the Honorable Member has mentioned it. And so that engagement started in that line, but there is a lot of opposition to passenger train that is coming in. And there were some discussions that we should have some mechanism to check the movement of people at the station itself. After that, we had made the appeal. That time, Mr. Piyush Goyal, the Honorable Minister Railway, was the Honorable Minister. And I appealed to him to set up a checking point in the Mindipatra railway station. And it is after that that there was a checkpoint constructed and it's already been inaugurated outside the Mindipatra railway station to build up the confidence among the people that this kind of checking for individuals will happen. And that, as I said, checking has been introduced. But in spite of that, and then COVID came in, the process could not move forward because we had other issues like CAA and other MRSSA and ILP issues came up, and that again diverted the entire talks. So just to inform everybody, the survey part which Honorable Member from Penthor Mukra constituency has mentioned, that he's indicating to the fact that the GM has mentioned that they wanted to do the survey, but at the local level, they were not being allowed to do it. There was some resistance to it. And that is there, sir, and we are all aware about it. It is happening. Then there was also a situation where certain meetings took place with the Honorable ministers from Government of India, officials from Government of India, even from the PMO, that why the movement of the railway line connection has not started in Meghalaya. So there is a huge and tremendous pressure, of course, on Government of Meghalaya to go ahead with this line. But we have been very clear. I had a meeting with the Honorable Minister from Railways, Mr. Ashwini, about 6 months or 4 months back. I had gone to meet him, and I had discussed with him regarding some other matters related to IT and communication, as he is also the IT minister. And there I had mentioned to him about the complication of the railway. And I want to inform the House that when I mentioned this to him, he specifically told me that we will go ahead only when the state government and the public are with us. So you please engage, you please discuss, and you please ensure that everybody is brought on board. This is being done for the development of the state and for nothing else, and it will only benefit the people. So I also want to just add to what the Honorable Minister has already mentioned to the question that was raised by the Honorable Member from Nongpo, that will the government go ahead, he asked. So that the government desires to go ahead. The government of India as well as state government would like to see that we have this railway line because it will benefit economically the people of the state. But we also understand that there are concerns by stakeholders, by local people, by NGOs. And I have been very clear from day one, and I've informed the government of India, Honorable Railway Minister, that we will only proceed forward after we engage and discuss with stakeholders, as it is being done for the people, and if people are feeling that it's not required, then we will see problems coming in the future. Hence, we must take people on board, we must discuss, we must consult, and only then we move forward. So I want to make sure, because I heard the Honorable Member saying that the government will go ahead. He stopped at that, full stop. Well, he didn't complete the full sentence. So I wanted to complete that sentence from him, where the member said that we will go ahead, and we would like to go ahead, but obviously it will be only done after we engage and take people on board, sir.
Yes, Bamiral.
So before coming to the third question, I would like to...
Was that the last question, I think?
No,
last
sir. This is the third one. I would like to get a clarification that on the reply, start question 110B, sir, it has to be yes, sir. It has to be yes, because survey has been done. Because I'm asking about survey and the SIA report, the answer is no, so that has to be corrected. So with regard to the line from Tetelia to Bernihan, which is around 2.5 kilometers, where the compensation also has been paid to the tune of more than 17 crore. I would like to know from the Honorable Minister, because in D, the response is no, sir, about the NOC from Khas Hill Autonomous District Council, whether those particular area of 2.5 kilometers from Tetelia to Bernihan, where the compensation also has been paid, whether required NOC has been there from the KHADC or the local Dorbar, any institution, especially now. We have seen with the Land Act in place. That is very important. We would like to know, sir.
So this was done a long time back when NOC was not required from KHADC, sir. So this was back in 19 something. I do have the information with me, sir, but then it was done way back when NOC was not required from the KHADC. So the land compensation was paid, sir. Yeah.
We know. Land compensation was paid, we know. I'm talking about NOC.
It was not needed, so okay. There are no NOCs from KHADC, sir, at that time.
Sir, keeping in mind the response given by the Honorable Chief Minister, we understand this is a sensitive issue. So we would like to know that if the stakeholders are opposing, be it the KHDC or the HIMA, the Dorbar Shnong or the NGO, we would like to know that those who are opposing the railway line, the pretext is that the uncontrolled influx of immigrants will come to the state. Why the government did not consider immediately the implementation of the laws and regulations for checking influx of immigration, like the MRSSA Amendment Bill 2020 and the ILP. So, we would like to.
Sir, that's precisely why the amendment bill of MRSSA was put up. So saying that the government did not act on it will be incorrect. Precisely what the Honorable Member has mentioned is precisely what was done. Number one, we passed the MRSSA and it was sent to the Governor. Number two, we moved for a resolution in the House to pass the demand for ILP being implemented in the state of Meghalaya. So absolutely correct, sir. We needed to make steps to build up the confidence, and that is precisely what we have done. But of course, these are matters which require multiple levels of clearances and different bills and different implementation of rules and acts are at different stages. But from the state government side, and even from this House, I should say, sir, we have taken steps, and I think all the honorable members know about it, sir.
Last question. So thank you so much for that reply, and we will hope that the state government will take everybody on board, as has been stated in the floor of the House, KHDC, the NGO, the Rangbat Shnong, the HIMA. Thank you for that. My last question is that, is it true that the Northeast Frontier Railway is contemplating of closing the project due to unavailability of land? Is that true, sir?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Now we move to start question 111. Questioner is absent. Now we move to start question number 112. Chief Minister, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, reply to star question 112, A, B, and C, sir. So the information is being collected, sir.
Honorable Speaker, sir, with the reply that the information is being collected, does this mean that the government does not have any readily available information on the number of vacant posts across all departments?
Sir, the vacancy and the posts being filled up are dynamic processes. It changes during the course of time. And just to give an idea to everybody, sir, how complicated this entire process and the information that has been sought, is that, so we have over 63 directorates, sir. And apart from the 63 directorates that are there are more than 60 departments. Apart from the 60 departments that are there, so there are 12 DC offices. There are over 6 SDO offices. There are over 46 blocks. And we have Meghalaya House in Guwahati, Kolkata, Delhi, Mumbai, Vellore. Sir, we have more than 200 such different offices, departments, and at different levels. Even at the district level, there are official offices of every department in different departments, not every, but large number of departments are there in different districts. What I'm trying to say is that, sir, if I were to give a number, it cannot be a number that is 4, 5 months, 6 months old. It has to be the latest number. And hence the exercise of collecting this huge amount of data and giving it at the precise current status right now requires us to collect the data as is, where is basis. And hence the process is very complicated, and hence it requires time to collect it. And that's why I mentioned, sir, that we are in the process of collecting the information.
Sir, I understand the complexity and the tediousness which this very sensitive information is to be handled. But then, sir, the question was from 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021. And perhaps if the government doesn't have the updated data on 2022, we could have understood. But then I've asked for 4 years data, sir, and none of the years are being supplied. So it's okay, sir. If the government is not willing to share the information for the benefit of the people, we understand. Thank you, sir.
Yes, Majid.
Honourable Speaker, sir. So I'd like to bring a case forward in front of the Honourable Chief Minister relating to few of these casual peons that have been appointed in the Meghalaya Civil Secretariat, sir. A little background which I'd like to share with the Honourable Chief Minister is that on the 20th of January 2012, an advertisement was issued by the Secretariat Administration to fill the vacant posts of peon in the Meghalaya Secretariat. So accordingly, on the 12th of March 2013, 60 persons were appointed as casual peons. And presently, sir, there are 123 numbers of casual peons in various departments of the Secretariat, 123 of them, sir. And on the 9th of February this year, sir, 2022, the Secretariat Administration Department called for an advertisement to fill 77 posts of peons. May I know from the Honourable Chief Minister why an advertisement had been called to fill the vacant posts of peon when the government already has 123 casual peons already in place since 2013, sir?
So I think this indicates the complexity of this question, sir. He has asked a very specific question, sir. I will not be able to answer that right now. So I require notice for that, sir.
Honorable Speaker, sir? Yeah. So, just to supplement to the Honorable Chief Minister, there is already a petition which has been submitted to the Office of the Chief Secretary by a delegation, and that is dated 19th August 2022, and this could be taken as a reference, sir. And appreciate the government for taking effective steps of regularizing 3,000 people already. So I hope these few of them that are already working as casual peons for the last 10 years could also be considered in the similar process, sir. Thank you.
So I've noted the concerns.
Yes, Mazinet.
Mr. Speaker, sir, when I was listening to the response to the first supplementary question from the honourable member, the questioner, I don't understand what the Honourable Chief Minister was trying to explain about. Meghalaya House, Kolkata, Delhi, Bangalore, these are under certain departments. And the principal question is the number of vacant posts since 2018 till 2022. Yes, of course, that dynamism is there, but until the end of the last financial year, that is up to till 31st March 2022, the government has to be in a position to give the information on the floor of the House. It is very important. So if we hear the reply, we can understand that the government is intentionally avoiding to give this information to the people of the state.
So the honourable member can presume whatever he presumes, sir. But my idea of explaining to the entire House regarding the complexity and mentioning about the different offices is to really shed light on the fact that it sounds very simple when you say departments. But every department has got, some have got multiple directorates. Some in the directorate itself have got 46 different offices. Some have different offices in different locations. All this information has to be collected correctly, sir. If I were to place a number today and tomorrow that number happened to be, we missed out somewhere, something, then I would be blamed for misleading the House, sir. I can't do that. And I'm trying to be responsible out here, and that's why I have given a very true fact. There is a complex data, and we are collecting the information, sir. So I don't want to mislead the House. Tomorrow, the same members will come to me and say, what about this one post of peon that was in Meghalaya House in Bombay that has not been mentioned in this? So then I will be in a difficult position. So therefore, sir, I have to be very clear. I want to be responsible here, and I'm telling the members that we are collecting the information. It's complicated, sir.
Sir, it is complicated. Therefore, the running a government is very complicated one. So in spite of that, when certain information, very important informations are being sought for, in the greater interest of the people of the state, the government must come up with informations. There are lots of vacant posts lying, which the government has kept in abeyance without appointing any of the youths, depriving the youths. That's the reason why this government is intentionally avoiding to give the information on the floor of the House. We want to reply on this.
Sir, as I've again repeated, that if I give wrong information, this is information on the floor of the House, sir. I cannot mislead the House. But just so that the honourable member understands that already, sir, under MPSC, 1,040 advertisements and for vacancies have been done, sir. Under the Central Recruitment Board also, 1,015 advertisements have been done, sir. Under different departmental selection committees, departmental promotion committees, 1,090 advertisements have been done. So the process is on, sir. It's not that the vacancies are just being left. It's on. But to be able to give a precise number here on this very critical information without having the exact figure with us would be misleading the House. So I think the Honourable Member will understand. He himself has mentioned it's a complex problem and a complex number. It's very difficult to get the exact number in a short time. And hence, I have mentioned the information is being collected.
Sir, it is not, according to me, it is not complex. But as Honorable Chief Minister has said that it is complex, that is why I was referring to the word complex. Not that the member, that is me who is asking the question, is saying that it is complex.
Yes, Bhavina, sir. Sir, in the course of the reply, Honorable Chief Minister said that he could not collect the information in this short period. But this is the age of IT. We can get all the information online. So I would like to know again why the departments could not provide information to the Chief Minister.
So the process of getting all information like this, even if the technology is available, the information has to be fed in. And the system for many, many years has been in such a manner that imagine today also, sir, when it comes to many issues of different collection of information regarding different matters in the department. From 1972 till today, we have problems collecting the data. Records were not maintained in the proper manner. So it's not that simple, sir. We are working on it. And yes, if we were to ask how we would do it from now in the last few years, yes, information will be put in and streamlining and the entire process of computerization of all these aspects is happening. But as I said, when I come and answer and reply on the floor of the House, I cannot give 99%, sir. I have to give 100% accurate number. And that's the reason why I refrain from giving a number, because even one wrong number would lead to me being said that I am misleading the House. So that's why I'm saying we are collecting the information. It's not that we don't have the information, but we have partial information. And that is not good enough, sir. That's my point.
By Charleston.
Mr. Speaker, sir, in the course of his reply, the Honourable Chief Minister said that the information is being collected and the dynamics that is involved, which I quite agree with the Honourable Chief Minister, because there are vacancies happening every day as we speak, as we debate in this Honourable House, because of retirement, of demise of a service employee. But there must be some information with the government. And like the Honourable CM has said, that is difficult to give an accurate. But perhaps if you can say that, okay, up to the year 2022, 31st March, that is about 9 months has passed then, shouldn't that information at least be given to us? Since you are collecting, so to a certain point that can be given. That's what I thought, if the Honourable CM can do that. Not to give up to today, it's impossible. Up to a certain year, maybe to 19 or 20. So at least we'll have a fair idea. And okay, this is the number, that is the thing. And if the number changes, I don't think any member of the Honourable House will cast any aspersions on the Chief Minister for not giving us the right information.
So then, sir, of course, the Honourable Member's suggestion also is there. But we're going, sir, as per the question that is there. And if specifically we can be asked, then we can. But sir, the point here is, again, as I said, during a period of, say, 4 years, we have to give the vacancy as of this date, sir. So it changes every now and then. So it's very complicated, because if we give you a data of that particular vacancy and that particular year, by the time the 2019 comes, maybe it's already filled up. And therefore, now if I give 2019 data, is it minusing the 2018? Of those have been done and already giving, is it added with the new ones that have come but vacant? So if you're trying to give the numbers like this at every period, you'll have to do permutation combination of the ones that have come vacant and you have filled it up minus that, then the net, so it becomes quite complicated. So hence the right way to do this is, if 18 to 22, we give the number as of now, which is the net of the vacancies that have arisen and the employment that has been given and recruitment has taken place, and hence this is the number as of now. So that would be the correct way. Giving a number of every year is giving the wrong picture, because then you have to give the number of the advertisements taking place. Hence, sir, it complicates a lot of things, and that question, in fact, would be even more complicated then. We have to go through a lot of detailed process. Hence, that's why I replied, sir, that the information is being collected, and I've already shared some of the information about more than 3,000 advertisements that are under process with the different recruitment boards.
When I was listening at the reply of the Honorable Chief Minister, the way he was replying, it itself is complex. I don't understand why he's trying to beat around the bush. Simple. Of course, there will be appointment in between, in the preceding years, but simple. Till 31st March 2022, in this department, this much vacant post. In this department, this much vacant post. That is simple as this.
Yeah.
He should have replied.
If we take the reply of the Honorable CM, that the permutations and accommodations have to be applied based on the vacancies and also filled, then can we have till March 2021, sir? At least by that data should be available till March 2021.
So then the question can be asked accordingly.
So the question was asked accordingly, sir, from 2018 till 2022. So if the government did not have the figures till 2022, we expected at least till 2021 the data.
So if I'd given that, then the Honourable Minister would have said that, Honourable Member would have said that, why am I not giving the rest of the information? So I'm doing as
we could have understood, sir. We are not.
Sir, he's saying that now,
not so
but
sensitive. We are
sure,
not so insensitive, sir. Please, sir,
don't
don't presume and assume. Please, sir, this
sir,
house does not work on presumption, sir. Please, sir, this house does not work on presumption.
Yes.
Sir, I have specifically asked for
that
the
is the
data.
reason.
If the information was not available to 2021, why was not it given? So if we work on presumptions like this, sir, then we will presume till 2030 also we will not know, sir, as to how many vacancies are there, sir.
So I think he's exactly saying what I'm saying. We can't work on presumption. I can't presume that this is what he wanted to know. I have to go by the language. So it's like the same thing which the question came. He was saying that why did PWD Minister take up the question which was meant for transport that day? He had asked, the Honourable Member had asked that question, sir. So I want to clarify, on that day, the exact wording, sir, of that particular question was that...
So we are digressing from the question.
No, sir,
we are digressing from the question, sir. The question
why
pertains
is
to the vacancy of post. We are wasting time, sir. We are wasting time here, sir.
Okay.
We are wasting time, sir. We want about the post.
Wasn't it one at a time?
So can I continue, sir?
Please, sir. Be short.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So the questions that was asked that day was are there any road restrictions, ROAD, on the Umiam bridge? Road restriction. Maybe the Honourable Member was actually wanting to ask load restriction, LOAD. But the question that came to us was road restriction. So therefore, when it says road restriction, it went to the PWD Minister, and PWD Minister said there's no road restriction. But can we presume that the member wanted to know load restrictions? That would be incorrect. Then he would have said that, why did you answer that? I wanted to know road restriction. My point, sir, is, sir,
so what is the point of that, sir? The question never came up for discussion only, sir. The question never came up for discussion.
I did not disturb him, sir. I am replying, sir, please, just my one line, sir. So I am only trying to say this because he used the word that we can't presume. He's right. I can't presume that this is what he meant. I have to go as per the question and the wordings in the question. That is what I'm trying to say, sir.
Last question from Bala last question from Bala Saras, please.
Sir.
Last supplementary question from Bala Saras.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Here we have seen that the government is being collected data, but I don't want to know regarding the collection data, but I just want to know, there are lots of vacancies in various departments, as you have mentioned in the previous discussions also as well. Now, I want to ask the Honorable Chief Minister, why the reasons of delaying in filling up the vacancy post? What is the reason?
So this is a separate question, but I had replied last time for obviously the satisfaction of the Honorable Member, that in different recruitment boards, there are different processes that have to be followed, sir. So these processes do take time. And as I said, even as we are speaking, different recruitment boards on a minimum are right now recruiting processes going on for almost 3,000 plus people, sir. So therefore, it's not that it's not happening. It is happening, but it is time consuming because it's very complicated, as I said, and a lot of processes need to be followed. Second, sir, we had a lot of challenge last 2 years because of the COVID, and we could not have exams, we could not have interviews, there were a lot of restrictions in movement, and hence that also added to our problems, sir. But I want to assure the member and the other members also in this house that the process is on to fill up the vacant posts in different departments.
Now we move to start question 113. Minister in charge, please.
Reply to start question 113. A. Sir, the matter is being examined. B. Sir, does not arise in view of A above.
Yes, Bhavina, sir. Sir, Honorable Minister in charge, Community and Rural Development has answered in his answer A that the matter is being examined. Out of that, I am made to understand that the government is committed to create new CNRD blocks in the state of Meghalaya. If so, I put question at B. If so, is there any intent to create a new block in Purakasi area?
Mr. Speaker, sir, as of now, we have not made any commitment to come up with the new block. But of course, we have received lots of application and proposal, but the matter is being examined by the department.
Mr. Speaker, sir, if the matter for creation of new blocks is being examined, I would request Honorable Minister and the government of the day to create a new block in Purakasi area. At present, this Purakasi area within my Salmanpura constituency is covered under Dalu block, which is at a distance of 28 kilometers. Another adjacent areas are covered, the villages adjacent to Purakasi are covered under Zigzag block, which also again is at a distance of 30 kilometers. So those villages which is falling under Dalu block and Zigzag block may be bifurcated, and I would request the incumbent government to create a new block, consider for creation of new block in Purakasi. Minister, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, as I have already stated, that we do have a lot of applications who apply for creation of new CNR block. But we have not yet received the application for creation of new CNR block in Purakasi. But anyway, since the honourable member has made the statement requesting for creation of new block in Purakasi, this also will be discussed in the department.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I will consider it as an assurance from the Minister.
Mr. Speaker, sir, the offer made by the honourable member, the department will examine the proposal made by him.
Thank you, sir. Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to know from the Honourable Minister, because in his reply, I could understand that he said lots of applications have been received. And as far as the creation of new block, CNRD block at Purakasi is concerned, no application has been received. Is the government entertaining only the applications? When anybody will submit the application, they will get blocked. What is the parameters to be met to create a new block? I would like to know from the Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, sir, that's what I have stated.
when honorable member request for creation of new block in Polkasia, I've already stated that his proposal will be examined by the department.
Yes, Longboard.
Speaker, sir, reply of the Honorable Minister in charge, Community and Rural Development. He had mentioned that we have received numbers of applications. May I know the total numbers of applications received and name of those applications? Thank you.
Honorable Mr. Speaker, yes, the total proposal which you have received in the department is total 19. So should I read out all the name or yes, table? Yes, 19. Only 19. 19. Okay. Number one, we have received the application for creation of CGU CNRD block, Sabah Hills, proposed by the Chairman and General Secretary, CGU Block Demand Committee, Sabah Hills. Number two, Mau Sao CNRD block in Southwest Hills, proposed by the Chairman, Mau Sao CNRD block Demand Committee, Southwest Hills. Number three, new block in East Jaintia Hills, proposed by the President Joint Action Committee of East Jaintia National Council, TEC. And Nartiang CNRD block in West Jaintia Hills, proposed by the President and Secretary NPP Nartiang block. CNRD block for Narpo area and Lom Snong East Jaintia Hills, proposed by the Secretary, Narpo Border Area Joint Action Committee, and Shalang CNRD block in West Khas Hills, proposed by the all Garus and Lingam of Shalang area. Nongkram CNRD block East Khas Hills, proposed by Sri Lambuar Malnyang, Chairman Media State Planning Board, and Chairman Secretary the Joint Action Demand Committee Nongkram CNRD block. Dainodubi CNRD block proposed by the President and Secretary Dainodubi CNRD block Demand Committee. Namdong CNRD block by Secretary Chairman Wahid Shnong Right Namdong Elaka Nongjini. Wapong CNRD block by Sri Kerman Chela, Minister in charge of Social Welfare. Umden CNRD block by Sri Meryl Bon TM MLA. And Rambura Jariam CNRD block by Sri Macmillan Bersad MLA. Adokpuri Community and Rural Development Block, North Hills District, by President and Secretary Adokpuri Area Development Forum, North Hills District. Narpo Border Area pertaining to create CNRD block at Lom Snong by Secretary and Chairman Narpo Border Area Joint Action Committee, Lom Snong East Jaintia Hills. New CNRD block with headquarters at Batabari by Sri Abdul Saleh, MLA. New CNRD block at Wakaji, Umdolun, Southwest Castles by the President, Secretary, Khasi Student Senior Lahima Zone. Creation of Rambarai CNRD block at Rambarai by President and Secretary, FKGSP Rambarai Circle, West Castles District. And CNRD block at Miria Nongom by Secretary and Chairman Miria Nongom and adjoining area Coordination Block Demand Committee, West Castles.
Happy with the reply?
Speaker, sir, that was one of my applications. Honorable Minister had mentioned again that matter is being examined. I have, way back in 2019, me and the delegation from my constituency submit the memorandum to the Honorable Chief Minister, to the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, and also to the Honorable Minister. Sir, why I wanted to raise this important question? Because in my constituency, the people resides in Smith area and adjacent to Smith.
Please put a question.
Yes. No, they have to travel 50 kilometers up and down. So may I request the government of the day to kindly resolve and ensure that creation of Nongkrem C and RD block is put in place. This is my submission, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Prime Minister, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I do appreciate the concern of the local assembly about Lambuar Maliang. Of course, he have came to meet me also several times requesting for the same. But anyway, since the matter is under examination, we will look into it.
Yes, Babil.
Thank you so much for the response by the Honorable Minister. It is the same case like Lambuar Maliang. I'm one of the applicants. My application also is there for Umden CRD block, based on the ground that this is the only block proposed from Rivoy district. Because the present Umling CRD block, it consists of more than 223 villages. It is the largest block in Rivoy district. So Umling block has to be divided. So I would request through you, sir, to the government, to the Honorable Chief Minister, to the Honorable Minister, to please consider for the creation of Umden CNRD block. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, sir, point noted.
So we, Bagus, yes, sir. You short just one.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, sir, may I know from Honorable Minister in charge of CNRD Department, for setting up of a new block, how much the expenditure incurred, sir? Mr. Speaker, sir, for coming up with a new CNRD block, roughly will come around 12 crore. Sir, last question. One question.
No,
sir.
We'll move to another question. Let's move to start question 104. Deputy Chief Minister, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, reply to start question 114. Sir, there is no such proposal for upgradation of the WD Roads Mauplang subdivision to Mauplang division.
Yes, Majority.
Mr. Speaker, sir, the Mauplang subdivision is the oldest subdivision under the Shillong South division. It has approximately 100 odd villages under its belt. It has a long stretch of road with internal connectivity to many important villages with great, tremendous tourism potential. For example, the David Scott Road, which could be converted into a motorable road. So I would like to know from the Honorable Deputy Minister whether there is any intention or consideration by the government with regards to creation of a division at Mauplang.
Sir, yes, that's what my reply says. Upgradation does not arise because we cannot upgrade the existing subdivision. Upgradation means we have to do away with the division. But of course, from the government, we do have the intention for creation of Mauplang division.
Now we'll move to start question 115. Minister in charge, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, reply to start question number 115. A, yes, sir. B, sir, work has not yet started. C, the identification of dilapidated school building is under progress. Sir, does not rise in view of C above, sir.
Honorable Speaker, sir.
Yes, very much.
The answer to number C says the identification of the dilapidated school buildings is under process. I heard the Minister saying under progress. Is it process or progress, sir?
It's a process.
Under process. Yeah. Process means processing. Progress means it's gone ahead. So anyway, sir, when the Honourable Minister says under process, there is a letter here, a DO letter which I had sent to the department since the 7th of December 2021. A DO letter which goes to the Additional Chief Secretary in charge of education from 2021 onwards. And here I have also given some pictures of all the school buildings. So I'll just come to the question.
Please take a seat. Time is up. Honourable members, I have received a notice of motions for adjournment under Rule 56 and 58 of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business submitted by Sri Adalbert, MLA, which reads as follows. I have the honour to place before your esteemed office this notice on the Rule 56 and 58 of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business in the Meghalaya Legislative Assembly of my humble desire to move a motion for adjournment of the business of the Assembly for discussing the definite matter that of urgent public importance relating to the implementation of the roster system and a sudden disparity in reservation opportunity to candidates from different communities. As has been stated by the Chief Minister in charge personnel, the Education Minister and the Home Minister on the floor of the House during the ongoing autumn session, that the implementation of the roster system has brought certain changes and challenges to the recruitment of candidates to posts under the state government, and that even the Meghalaya Public Service Commission has had to issue public notices to corrigendum to category of reservation in previously advertised posts. I earnestly hope you will agree that the matter proposed to be discussed is very much a matter of urgent public importance. Thank you. Yes, sincerely, Sri Adalbert Nongrum, MLA. In this regard, I would like to inform the House that Rule 57, Roman 5 of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business says the motion must not deal with a matter on which a resolution could not be moved. The Honourable Member has already submitted a resolution on the subject matter and also listed on as resolution number 1, but the resolution could not be taken up during the autumn session 2022. Therefore, on the Rule 56 of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business, I give my consent for the Honourable Member to beg leave to move the adjournment motion and make a short statement before I take the sense of the House. Honourable Member, please. You may make a very short statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity. I really have a grateful heart, thankful heart for the esteemed office for allowing me to put this very vital subject in front of everyone present in the Sacred House. To begin with, before the month of April this year, the term roster system was perhaps nowhere in our imagination and understanding. So suddenly, when it came into the limelight after High Court order, and thereafter being much quoted on local news and in public discourse, indigenous citizens of the state started wanting to know what is the roster system and how is it going to affect the already contentious issue of reservation policy. Such a delicate situation gives room for many to volunteer, pitching in the views on the subject. And being limited by incomplete explanation, people at large were asking here and there, including pointing a finger at some of us who have been raising the issue of reservation policy publicly. Amidst this growing anxiety, we saw two pertinent developments in May and June. That is, one, an office memorandum or OM of the Personnel Department on the maintenance of reservation roster. and 2. The first job advertisement wherein against particular post reservation was shown in favor of a certain community and not for the other. Fear of disparity was already in the back of our mind when we read the OM, but the fear became shockingly real. When the job advertisement came out, to say the least, it was a big blow to the sense of fairness and impartiality in what is supposed to be equal opportunities to recruitment in state government jobs.
Honourable Member, I hope this is a short statement.
Yes, sir. Very important point, sir.
Short statement.
Okay.
It is important, I have accepted.
Yes.
It's short statement, it's not the discussion.
I understand, sir. Now, allow me to read resolution PER 222/71/138.
Honourable Member, I'm having some not clear whether this is your speech or a short statement.
No, a short statement, sir. A short statement before the Honourable Member of this House, so that they could
maybe
understand.
Short statement will take just 1 minute or 2 minutes. It should not be too long. Okay, then I will take the sense of the House. Then we can discuss.
Okay, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Let us read the guideline A of the OM of 10 May 2022. Says after the heading quantum of reservation, the reservation of posts in favor of scheduled tribe and scheduled castes will be as per the resolution number PER 222/721/138 dated 12 January 1972. Now allow me to read resolution PER 222/721/138 dated 12 January 1972, and I shall go directly to the operational part, which is, and I quote, A. There shall be a reservation of 40% of vacancy in favor of Khasi and Jaintias. B. There shall be a reservation of 40% of the vacancy in favor of Garus. Sir, before I conclude, so that the House may clearly understand the fact that why I wanted and I'm so desire to bring this very vital issue. As we have seen for past 50 years, with applying of reservation policy, it had been suppressed for one community. And again, with this new memorandum, or OM, Office Memorandum Notification, it again suppress one community. But I want to make clear, sir, I'm here not for one or single communities. I'm here to raise the voice for the equality so that we can see the light of the day, the growing and progressing of our beloved state. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you. As required under Rule 62 of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business, 10 members have to rise for leave to be granted for admitting the adjournment motion. Ten members have to rise. I would like to see 10 members to rise to leave to be granted for admitting the adjournment motion. No. Since there is no members rise, the adjournment motion does not have the leave of the House to be admitted and is therefore not admitted. Before we come to the next item, let me inform the House that there is a 0-hour notice tabled by Shri Lambor Mangya, MLA, under Rule 49A of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business to the news item published in the Highland Post, dated 15 September 2022, under the caption, James has insulted tourist Reverend Kharkumar. Shri Lambor Mangya, MLA, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Under Rules 49 of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business, for discussion on a matter of urgent public importance which has appeared in the front page of one of the leading newspaper of Shillong, the Highland Post, dated 15 September 2022, under the caption, James has insulted tourist Reverend Kharkumar. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Khasi Jaintia Christian Leaders Forum, President Reverend Edwin H. Kharkumar, said that the announcement in the Assembly by the Minister of Taxation has shocked church leaders and also hurt the sentiment of people who are against gambling. In addition, Reverend Kharkumar said that when the KJCLF met the Honorable Chief Minister, Sri Conrad Sangma, in May this year, the Honorable Chief Minister made it clear to the forum that the government would not rush into setting up of casinos and offline gaming in the state. Mr. Speaker, sir, as a public representative who is chosen by the mandate of the people, I understand the feelings and sentiments of the people of the state. The public opinion is gaining momentum, particularly the Khasi Jaintia Christian Leaders Forum, who are against the Meghalaya Regulation of Gaming Act 2021, the Meghalaya Regulation of Gaming Rules 2021, and granting of license for setting up of casinos in the state of Meghalaya. Mr. Chairman, sir, it be mentioned that the people of our state expected the state government to act as a protector, a defender, and good leader in leading the state of Meghalaya. And it is expected that the government should formulate a good public policy, and as well as that, it should take utmost care of the public sentiment. Now, with the gambling in the name of gaming is made legalized in the state of Meghalaya, the public are extremely saddened and unhappy with the public policy of the state government, right from the clans, the locality, the village administration, in the urban and rural areas. The committee, the elders of different religious bodies. This has spoiled the good relationship between the public and the government. Can we earn the trust of the public when the policy is stroke are wrong? Actually, the government should take the confidence of the public of the state while enacting new laws or implementing new policy. Mr. Chairman, sir, in this context, may I refer to the piece of legislation known as the Opium Law, initiated by the late Reverend J.J.M. Nichols Roy, that was passed in the Assam Legislative Council in 1927 to prevent sale of opium, which had
cleanse the use of this dangerous intoxicant in the province of Assam at the time. In the same way, we should prevent gambling. We should prevent gambling addiction of the people by strengthening and give more power to the Meghalaya Prevention of Gambling Act 1970. Hence, in the greater interest of the public, I urge upon the government of the day to kindly repeal, abolish, and scrap the Meghalaya Regulation of Gaming Act 2021, the Meghalaya Regulation of Gaming Rules 2021, and to cancel all license for setting up of casinos in the state of Meghalaya. With these few words, I resume my seat, Mr. Chairman, sir. Thank you.
Minister in charge to reply. Sir. Mr. Chairman, sir, at the very outset, I would like to thank Shri Ambor Malanyang, the Honorable MLA, who has moved this 0-hour notice under Rule 49A. Sir, allow me to, sir, just briefly go into the entire background of this entire regulation of gaming, the act that was passed by the Meghalaya government. Sir, as rightly mentioned by the Honorable Member, the purpose of this particular act was to regulate things. So what has been happening in our state is that for many, many years, different kinds of games connected to gambling have been taking place. And it's taking place throughout the state, sir. But there is no regulation or no rules to actually take care of them or to ensure that there is a proper legal regulatory framework. And hence, today, if this rule is not in place, then many different gaming zones or gaming areas can come up without any rules or laws to actually define what they should do and what they should not do. And it is precisely to ensure that our people are not affected and our youth are not, as you mentioned, get into the habit of gambling, that the rules specifically say that locals cannot play. What does that mean? That means that in any place, if there's a gambling or any kind of this activity going on, locals will not be allowed to be playing, which is exactly what you said, that we must prevent and protect our youth from getting into it. So as of now, if we scrap this, then our youth can play. Our youth can go into these gaming zones. Some will pop up here, there. There will be no regulation on how they function, how they will not function. So the purpose is exactly what the Honorable Member has mentioned, and I wanted to clarify that. So in the absence of these rules, our local boys and girls may be able to play in this different kind of gaming zones. And these rules prevent locals from playing. And that is where the prevention and protection of our youth comes in. If this is scrapped, then our youth will be free to go and play in these places. So hence, sir, this regulation was meant from that purpose. Number two, sir, there was a move, an intention to gain more revenue. So in the last many sessions, we have seen that different revenue sources, especially from our mining department and other departments, have drastically gone down. Where there was a time when we used to earn close to 600, 700 crores in terms of royalty. Today, those numbers are down to 100. And expenditures are only growing. And hence, there was a thought that tomorrow, if we have to build more schools, if we have to build more hospitals, if we have to recruit more employee and give more employment to our people, if we have to pay the different teachers, even though they're ad hoc, non-government teachers, but the demands are there, as Honorable Minister was answering that time, that 1,500 crores plus we spend on different grant and aids given to different schools. This all requires money. And hence, was there a way to balance the entire process where we would ensure that revenue, maybe even up to 4 to 5 to 600 crores with the license as well as with the taxation of GST, was what we expected that this kind of revenue could give us. So hence we had to raise revenue and look at opportunities. But we also realized as a government, we need to protect our people from the different activities. And hence, we thought that we should have gaming zones which are far away from the core of the state, far away from the capital, in areas which are at the border areas, and somewhere that will make feasible sense for us to have these kind of activities and different kind of gaming zones, so that our people are not nowhere close to it. We have rules in place to ensure that locals cannot play. And hence, we thought that it would be a win-win situation for the state, where we would be able to bring up about 500-600 crores of revenue, and at the same time protect our people and not allow our people to be there, and hence protect the overall interest of the state and especially of the youth. So with that intention, we had processed and tried to move forward in this line. And accordingly, in different stages, all the way from January of this year, almost close to 8 people have applied for these licenses. And then the due process of going into the background, different activities, requires quite a lot of exercise to be done. This entire exercise was done. Once this exercise was done, and as the information was going out to the public, there was no specific mention to me or no voice that was raised specifically by anybody, and the process was going on. So we as a government thought that the whole logic with which we are going forward is something that is seeing a general acceptability. And the fact that we are going to earn revenue and at the same time protect our people by not allowing them to be in this, and these gaming zones will be far away from the main heart of the state, we thought that this idea had gone through and we would not face any problems. So based on that, in the month of March, while the process for these 8 different applications was going on, 3 applications the process completed. And in the month of March, the dates are important. In the month of March, provisional licenses were given, which are valid for 6 months, where the concerned person has to build up the required infrastructure. And only after the different permissions and provisions are followed and permissions are given and different processes are done, then the NOC is given from the department and the government side, and only then a full-fledged license is given. And if within 6 months the person does not complete the requirements, this provisional license lapses. This is the provisions. Now this was in March. While these 3 provisional licenses were given in March, the process continued, and slowly and steadily stakeholders started meeting me. The church forum met me in the month of May. After that, some NGOs from Riboy met me this month. I categorically told the church leaders in the month of May that yes, we had thought in this process, in this line, and this was what our intention was. Our intention was very clear, to have a win-win solution for us. And hence we moved forward, and we were reaching this place up to May. And when the church leaders met me in May, I realized that there was a concern. They felt that this should not move forward because people of the state need to be sensitized, we need to discuss, people need to be made aware, people are worried that Shillong will turn into Las Vegas and there'll be different kind of activities, so people are concerned. I informed them that there was never an intention to bring this to Shillong, never an intention to bring it even this side of Burnie Hut Bridge. And we were looking at really purely a commercial side where we would be able to gather the revenue and at the same time protect our people. And even in that areas beyond there, which is close to Guwahati, even if our people wanted to play, they would not be allowed to enter. So I explained all of these things, but still the church leaders felt that no, they should not proceed. We have concerns. And hence, in May, I told the church leaders that from this time onwards, we will not proceed with anything further. So from that point, all the rest of the 5 applications and maybe more have come in by that time, but the records with me are only 8, and so 3 which were done in May, in March. From that point, from May, no further licenses, provisional licenses were given based on my commitment that I gave to the church leaders that now that you have told me this, I will put a stop to it, which I did. And I told them that there's no question of going further ahead in this without consulting and without engaging and without taking the stakeholders on board. So I was very clear on that. In the similar lines, when we met the NGO and different stakeholders this month, I told them the same thing, that I have already committed to the church and to the different leaders that this matter and the concerns, only after we are addressing those concerns, we take everybody on board, we will decide the future course of action. Till then, I will put a stop to it. And hence, from that time, from May till this month, September and beyond, we have not done any other step forward except those provisional licenses which were given in March, way before, 2 months before this forum had met me in the month of May. So what I'm trying to tell, sir, through you to the honorable member and the other members in the House, that my statement stands, my commitment stands. I have always made it very clear that we are here to work with the people of the state. Yes, we have our ideas, we have our ways in which we would like to gain revenue and serve the people, do different development programs. But obviously, if there's a concern that the people raise, it is the duty of the leaders and the government to listen. And we have done that in many forums, sir. It's not just this. I was mentioning about, the CRPC issue with the district councils. I would like to inform the House that when district councils came to us and mentioned about this issue, we have, we have deferred the agenda more than, 3 times in the cabinet, because we thought that we should engage with the councils, explain to them what the issue is, and make them understand that in no way will this infringe into the powers of the district council courts because they are protected by the constitution. But they had concerns. We wanted, as a cabinet, we could have bulldozed. But that's not the way we would like to work. Not only that, even after deferring it 3 times and having official, unofficial discussions, at my level, I called the district councils twice. Explained to them once, they were quite satisfied. They came back again, they said, no, we have more concerns. So I sat a second time with them. And again, we had detailed discussion. And now still they are going through the details of what we explained, and they are more or less seeing the logic in which what we are going forward. And I'm very sure and hopeful that through this dialogue and engagement, we will find a way forward. And I keep mentioning to everybody that as a government and as the Chief Minister, I never believe in fighting from a position. Yes and no, it can never work. We have to always negotiate and talk on issues. What is your issue and what is my issue? Can we find a way where we can address all the issues and yet move forward? Do my concerns and your concerns, can it be addressed? And yet we can come together and move forward. That is how negotiation is done. And that's what we did in the different challenges we faced. And I'm sure in the CRPC issue also that we are having challenges. Dialogue will resolve it. Similarly, in this case also, I strongly believe that we will be able to figure out and move forward. And till then, the commitment which I've given to the church, the commitment which I've given to the different organizations stands. And hence, when the Honorable Minister that day made the statement, it was, of course, sounding very alarming, because the church felt that when Chief Minister in the month of May had already given his word that nothing will move forward, how come these provisional licenses came in? So the answer to that is that those provisional licenses were given on the 29th of March, 2021, 2 months before the meeting I had with the church leaders. And post the meeting with the church leaders and the NGOs, we did not move ahead in any of the other areas. And till today, there are more than 5 licenses or applications that are lying pending. Regarding the individual areas and the lands which they may have, those are private property. They could put up a nice building there, they could start a swimming pool, they can have anything that's within a private property. But starting a gaming zone and starting any kind of other activity related to gaming will have to be done with the permission and with the license of the state government. Hence, I would like to assure the Honourable Member and the House that these were the different clarifications that were necessary, and we understand the concerns which are very, very genuine, and we know that we need to move very carefully. We need to ensure that we engage and discuss with stakeholders, which is how we have always believed in running this government, is by engaging with people and not by confrontation, because we have always believed that through dialogue and discussion, we can resolve issues. And if there are certain issues which cannot be resolved, well, we'll keep discussing. There is no problem. Today also we discussed about the railways. When I discussed with the Honourable Minister, Government of India, about the railways, I told him that we are here and our people have genuine concerns. So we cannot just simply bulldoze. We need to understand both sides and try to find out if there is a solution that can bring, and the concerns of the Government of India, Government of Meghalaya, and the concerns of organizations, can we somewhere find a path that will take care of these concerns and move forward. So in multiple situations, this government has given an example of how we will always work with the confidence of the people of our state. And even in an issue like this, let me assure the House and all the members and all the church leaders through you and through this House, that in the month of May, the commitment that I had given to them stands. We will engage and only then decide on the way forward. Until then, we have clearly given instructions that nothing else will move forward. So with these few words, sir, and the clarification, and I hope that I have been able to satisfy the concerns of the Honourable Member, I would like to resume my seat. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, sir, thank you for the reply from the Honourable Chief Minister. I just want to get the clarity. I was told that since the Honourable Chief Minister has replied that the provisional license was issued in the month of March this year. We are running, this is September. So the license is valid for 6 months. May I know from the Honourable Chief Minister that the license issued, the provisional license issued, is valid for 6 months. So if you calculate from March till September, it's only 6 months. So it's going to lapse.
Sir, yes, the Honourable Member is correct that it's valid for 6 months. And I have mentioned that it was issued on 29th of March. So my numbers are a bit weak right now. But yeah, so 29th of, I guess, September should be the date. But I mean, he can do the calculations later, sir. But March 29th and 6 months from that point. So I would presume it would be 29th of September, sir. But sir, anyway, sir, I think this is not question hour. It's not a motion. So I would urge, sir, that we follow the procedures.
I think, as per Rule 409A, the member shall not make any other speeches. Thank you. Now we come to item number 2, call attention notice. Shri H.M. Shangpliang, MLA, to call the attention of the Minister in charge, Education, and the Rule 54(1) of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business to the news item published in the Shillong Times, dated 22nd July 2022, under the caption, Rumbui blames poor school infrastructure for state's low ranking. Shri H.M. Shangpliang, MLA, please.
Honorable Chairman, I would like to thank the Chair for allowing me to bring the calling attention notice under Rule 54, Clause 1 of the Rules of Procedure and the Conduct of Business, which appeared in the newspaper Shillong Times, dated 22nd July 2022, under the caption, Rumboi blames poor school infrastructure for state's low ranking. Honorable Chairman, Meghalaya has been ranked the lowest in the PIE index in primary and secondary education for the second time in a row. This is the second year that Meghalaya has been ranked the lowest among all the states. And the parameters under which this ranking has been done are basically on the performance, on the infrastructure, and the equity. So the Minister of Education said that the MDA government wanted to improve the education in the state on 3 pillars. The first pillar is the quality teachers, second is the trained teachers, and the third pillar is a proper infrastructure. Now, Honorable Chairman, I'd like to give you a picture of the condition of education in the state. So the annual school dropout rate in the state, I will go district-wise, only on those which are worse. So Southwest Garo Hills tops the list with 44.86, both boys and girls. Then comes the South Garo Hills with 37.14. Then we have the North Garo Hills with 34.09. And then we have the Southwest Khasi Hills with 30.86. So this dropout rate is so alarming. Now there are many factors that can be attributed to the status of the dropouts. Why are we having so many school dropouts? I will give you another example of the schools which do not have teachers. Now there are teachers, the schools that do not have teachers which are lying vacant. So in the government level, at the LP, at the UP, at the secondary, at the higher secondary, there are 920 teachers that are lying vacant. At the deficit level, sir, at the LP, UP, secondary level, 246. And at the SSA level, that is the LP and the UP, it is 171. There's 1,337, sir. So now, when we talk of infrastructures, so the school buildings all over the state need repairs and new constructions. We understand that the state government had declared that there will be 1,000 schools that will be repaired. Now whether 1,000 schools are already under repair or not, we are not aware, sir. And from what we understand, from the replies of the Honorable Minister and the House, that none of the schools have started repairs. Meaning, the 1,000 school declaration for repairs is just an announcement only. No money has been earmarked to repair the schools. Furthermore, sir, the diet centers that we have all around the state, sir, are filled with students who want to take up DLED classes. Now the seats are very limited. I would implore upon the government that more diet centers be set up so that there are more people who would like to take the teaching profession, and considering the fact that MTET exam requires a candidate who is a DLED degree holder, and therefore, sir, I request that the government should open more seats to be made available for our youths to take up DLED classes in the diet centers. So I'd like to just remind the Honourable Minister that on the 7th of December 2021, I had written a DO letter wherein I had already indicated that there are schools in the Mawsynram constituency which requires immediate repairs. I have a copy of that letter here, sir. And along with the letter, I had also given pictures of the schools which are in dilapidated condition. Sir, these schools do not have roofs. These schools in my area do not have furniture, do not have benches. These schools are like cowsheds, sir. When it rains, the teacher has to abandon the classes and they have to open their umbrellas inside the classroom. Are we looking at this kind of a situation in this 21st century? Are we giving this kind of education to the children in the rural areas? What does the new education policy say? The new education policy has to be followed in letter and spirit. It is sad to see the condition of our schools. Yet, we hear the Chief Minister announcing rupees 2,000 crores for the education sector. Where is the 2,000 crores? So there are no water supplies. There is no toilets in most of the school buildings in the rural areas, sir. In the absence of water supply, I'm shocked to tell you today that the midday meal workers, they have to carry water from the streams and the ponds to cook for our students in the rural areas. I thought under the JJM, it is mandated that all schools and Anganwadi buildings should be provided with water and toilets. I want the government to look into this matter very seriously and investigate as to why schools do not have water supplies. I know the minister will answer that there are water supplies. I would like to take him to my area and show it personally. Please do not deny the fact when we bring things on the floor of the house. This kind of prevailing conditions, how can the children come to school? That is why we have dropouts. How can the teachers go to the classroom? Most of the teachers are staying in Shillong. I'll give you another example. I'm a member of the Public Accounts Committee. We received a complaint from the Garo Students' Union stating that the condition of construction of the Rongjeng Community College is pathetic. The chairman of the PAC fixed an inspection tour of the Rongjeng College. We all went. Believe it or not, Mr. Chairman, sir, The work was so shoddy that over just one push of my finger, the tiles of the bathroom fell off. That kind of condition the construction was. What kind of example are we giving to the youths, to the students? It was the students who showed us, sir, please come and see this wall, just push with your finger and you'll see what will happen. I did push, and the tiles started tumbling one after another. The chairman is here of the PAC. He is a witness to it, sir. So, sir, this newspaper, which carries the picture of the Honorable Minister, he admits that it is a poor school infrastructure. Because of the poor school infrastructure, there is the state's low ranking. So if the minister admits, what is the government doing? Sir, the Pine Mount School. Pine Mount School in Shillong is one of the premier institutions of the state, sir. It has produced so many hundreds and hundreds of students throughout the years throughout. Suddenly we see the teachers and the students are in the streets with placards. When we find out the reason, they say we do not have toilets. We do not have proper bathrooms. We do not have proper education facilities. Now, who's responsible for that now? How can we allow this to happen, sir? If such premier institutions are subjected to this kind of treatment by the government, then we do not know what is going to happen. Mismanagement of the Pine Mount School by the principal. Why isn't inquiry being instituted immediately and the principal should be removed for the time being so that there is an independent and free and fair inquiry conducted? Then we talk of Eklavya. 3 years back, we heard the Honorable Chief Minister and the government saying we have brought about 25 to 26 schools. Where are the schools? Where are the schools? All the BDOs have been asked to locate land everywhere. 15 acres of land have been located. We don't see one school coming up anywhere in the East Khas Hills. At least in my area also one land has been located. 15 acres, the villagers have given free of cost. Now they're asking me, sir, what do we do with this land? Are you taking it? Because we need the land. Now how long will the people give the land? So therefore, sir, these are issues which are realities. I want the government to answer to the people of the state. If they don't want to answer to me, answer to the people. You have gone and declared that we're going to bring Eklavya schools. Where are the schools? What is the status of the residential schools? The previous government had brought up residential schools everywhere. All the schools, all those half-constructed buildings are lying just like that. We did hear in the budget speech of the Honorable Chief Minister that residential schools that were left by the previous government will be taken up and we'll try to complete the residential schools. But till now, nothing. Sir, absence of teachers from schools is a major concern. Teachers do not go, sir. Do not go regularly, particularly in the rural areas, sir. An instance of one LP school, an instance of a government LP school, sir, in Garo Hills, which came out in the Shillong Times. The school's name, a government LP school at Jalwa Gray, Songgatal, which is 20 kilometers from Songsak. Can you imagine, for 3 years, this teacher never went to the school. For 3 years, sir. This teacher never went to the school. It came out in the Shillong Times. I'm not just saying out of that. Is this the state of affairs we're looking at? We are in the 21st century, and if a teacher is not going to school for 3 years, what is the fate of those children in that school? What action has the government taken on this teacher? If I ask, they'll say inquiry being conducted. Why inquiry? Suspend him, terminate him immediately. He should be terminated. For 3 years, if he has drawing salary, Honorable Minister, please do not laugh. This is not the time to mock. This is not the time to mock. I'm talking very serious matters. Please take note of whatever I'm saying and reply to them. This is not the way that you behave in the house by mocking and laughing when I'm talking something very serious. And when 3 years you don't have a teacher going to the school, what will happen to the fate of those children? All those children must have gone home. All those children must have gone attending to the cows, grazing the cows. And that is why we have dropouts. So the amazing thing is, the parents of that village and the villagers, they all went to complain to the district education officer. No action taken. No action taken. They went and complained to the deputy commissioner. Action is awaited. That is what I got the report. Even to the deputy commissioner, when they have gone, they say, action awaited. So yesterday during the question hour, the Honorable Education Minister says, 36 schools do not have teachers. 36 schools. And can you believe, sir? Out of these 36 schools, 16 schools are in the South Garo Hills, sir. South Garo Hills. That's why the dropout rate in South Garo Hills is so high. So, all I can say is that the education sector is in a mess. A total mess. I want the government to come out with a blueprint. I want the government to tell the people of the state how they want to administer and bring order in this department so that the teachers get encouraged. Teachers do not get their salaries. They have to come to the streets. Deficit teachers do not get their pension benefits. There's so many things which I do not want to bring that because I've already brought that matter earlier. So therefore, all these compound to the problems faced by the teachers and by the students. And therefore, sir, before I resume my seat, I want the government should seriously ponder into this matter and put things in order and provide a sound educational system in the state. Thank you, sir.
Minister in charge to reply, please.
Mr. Chairman, sir, I would like to thank Sri Himalaya M. Shangpliang, MLA, and who have brought this calling attention motion according to the rule and conduct of business, rule number 54.1, under the caption, Ramboi blames the poor school infrastructure for the state's low ranking, published in the Shillong Times, dated July 22nd, 2022. Mr. Chairman, sir, I would like to clarify my statement in the context that education is a central path to attain progress and development in all spheres of life. Keeping this in mind, it is vital to strategize education infrastructure in such a manner to maximize delivery towards accessibility and effectiveness of education. It is an obvious situation that when your environment is good, you get energy and enhance your interest to learn and perform better. Sir, it is the responsibility of the state government and the school management to create an environment that assures learning and pays special attention to the mental and physical well-being of the student. A healthy learning atmosphere is paramount for acquisition of knowledge and skills to grow as a responsible individual. Hence, we as parents are always learning towards sending our children to the best school. Many studies and research reports highlight the fact that if schools provide healthier facilities to students, the dropout rate are much lower and children's motivation towards achievement increase. That's we understand that the school is a second home for students. They spend a lot of their time daily in schools. Hence, it is crucial that they should be able to always experience a comfortable and positive environment. Creating a motivating and comfortable atmosphere will strengthen the students' desire to attend schools every day and thus complete their academic cycle better. That's it is also a fact that proper infrastructure also motivates teachers. Apart from creating the right environment for students, the availability of natural lighting and proper ventilation ensure good comfort for teachers to impart knowledge and access each student separately. One of the main reasons a challenge that a school faces to incorporate all necessary facilities is financial constraint. Proper infrastructure development can be expensive, and school management might not have sufficient budget for the same. Sir, I may apprise this August House that the state PGI score in learning outcome and quality is admittedly low for several reasons, and the state needs to work on providing innovative intervention to improve the learning outcome of the student. There is no ready-made or short-term solution. The State Education Department, with active participation of the government of both the central and the state, requires to undertake a long-term solution and needs to begin from the provision of quality and safe infrastructure. I may also bring to the knowledge of the House that under the PGI score, the infrastructure and facilities include classroom, ICT, smart class, library reading corner, functional toilet, safe drinking water supply, electrification, vocational lab, workshop, midday meal, integrated science lab, distribution of uniform and free textbook, extra besides the functional school building. The state has shown a remarkable improvement in indicators mentioned above. However, the state needs to focus on the adjusted net enrollment rate, ANER, at the secondary level, retention rate at elementary and secondary level, and take steps to identify out-of-school children and mainstreaming them. In quality equity outcome, the state has shown an overall improvement under this concept, except CWSN indicators, where the state required to improve immensely. Whereas the state faced a challenge in governance process, thereby the state needs to focus on the percentage of teachers whose unique ID is seeded in any electronic database of the state government administration, percentage of upper primary school meeting norms of subject to teachers as per TE, the number of teachers transferred through transparent online system as the percentage of total number of teachers transferred and percentage of state budget share spent on the school education to the total state budget. With regard to digital infrastructure, the Department of Education, Government of Meghalaya, has implemented the comprehensive teachers information management system for all teachers working at various schools and colleges across the state. The department have all data pertaining to teachers, schools, and colleges in digital form as a database which would be used to generate various MIS reports.
Honourable Minister, please take a seat. Today is Friday and it's 12 noon. Since we have a lot of business for the day, I will, on the Rule 11 of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business of this August House, I'll extend the House till all the business listed for today are being disposed of. You may continue this. But however, I will regulate the time for the other business for the day.
The Teachers' Information Management System is conceptualized and developed to address many PGI indicators such as transparency of recruitment, posting, transfer to teacher attendance, promotion, efficiency bar, increment, and salary transfer. That, sir, in order to augment the digital infrastructure in the state shall implement the Vidya Samiksha Kendra, or the Command and Control Center, which is a learning management and tracking system that will focus on improving learning outcome and learning levels of students through robust system of online assignment, project, regular assessment of student performance that is formative competency-based and test higher order skills such as critical thinking and conceptual clarity. This will be executed in a learning management tracking system through a central monitoring system or component which also track the student progress throughout the school years in order to promote their continuous learning and development. This is an important initiative towards transforming assessment in line with the goal of NEP 2020. That's when we talk about the improvement of education, let me read PGI score. 2017-18, 584. 2018-19, 610. 2019-20, 648. And I am sure that 2020-21, we will cross 700. Improvement is there, sir, in every index of education system. You have seen that from 584, we have reached 448 in a matter of 3 years. And as I said, I'm sure that in 2020-21, as and when they release, we will surely cross the 700 score. This will not happen without the intervention of the government. As I said, I am very open. I admit there is need to be done. That's why from the day one, sir, I told that infrastructure. And now, if we didn't take this step, who will take? Why no other government in the past take this step? Let me inform the honorable member that we have construction is going on in 191 school, new building, and in 3 UP school without LP, and in 3 UP school without with LP school, in 4 without LP section, and in 3 with LP section, and we have construction, Government Boys Higher Secondary School, Juai, 1. Nong Telang Government Secondary School, 1. Resubulpara Government Higher Secondary School, North Karo Hills, 1. Government Boys Higher Secondary School, Tura, West Karo Hills, 1. Sip Singh Memorial Government Secondary School, Nongstoy, West Karo Hills, 1. Dalu Government Higher Secondary School, Rambai Government Higher Secondary School, East Giant Hills. Sokha Government Higher Secondary School, West Giant Hills. Tira Singh Memorial Government Higher Secondary School, Shela Bholakanj, East Kas Hills. United Kharkota Higher Secondary School, North Karo Hills. And besides that, sir, just the other day, we told that the second phase, more than 100 schools will be taken up, and more than about 1,000 schools will be renovated. Why no government do this? But we have complete what we have identified. That's why we are able to sanction this. undo this. And not only that, sir, not only that, the honorable member from Mausram tell me that it is just a lip service. Sir, we meet it. That's why I told that within 100 days, more than 100 schools will be renovated. Because we have the will to do, we know that to improve the education system, we need the proper infrastructure. As he rightly mentioned, he himself understands the problem, that when there is no roof, how the teachers will go? How the children will go? That's why we have to identify this is the crux of the problem. That's why we are investing in all these schools. And I'm assure you, sir, that within this government will able to sanction construction and renovation of school not less than 80% of the school, of the government school in the state. So, sir, because we know that we have to do, so that's why we are doing all these things. Sir, not only that, sir, in 2018, we have constructed more than 100 numbers of classrooms at the rate of 8.20 lakh, amounting to 12 to 30 lakh, which already completed, sir. Again, 2018, 100 numbers of additional classrooms at the rate of 5.5 lakh. We have complete construction. And as I said, 110 school, additional classroom, all over the state we have complete. Besides that 208 school I have just read, sir, which construction is going on, which I will inform the House that on the 26th or 27th of this month, the Honorable Chief Minister virtually will inaugurate 50 schools which already complete all over the state. We are not here to just to speak. We are here to action on the ground. That's why in Mausram block, Pamsangut, we have new construction is going on. And Nongwa Government LP School is going on in Mausram block. And in Mausram block, Lalpani 14 lakh we have constructed. In Mausram block, Plangban Broy Government LP School, we have constructed a rate of 8.2 lakh. It is not that we are not doing, sir. We do. And that's why I told that we are going to do more. That's why we come up with this mission that in the second phase, more than 110 schools we will construct, which next month, I'm sure that we will be able to call the tender for this, and that more than 1,000 schools which we are doing to renovate, which we set a target that by January, we know by January election code of conduct will come, but we didn't thought about election. We thought about delivery to the public. That's why election, whether it come or not, we will finish what we have the task to do. Sir, regarding the DL8 seats in the state, sir, as you know, that the government of India have changed the policy that by 2030, all the teachers should have a 4-year B.Ed 4-year integrated course. So, sir, now we are moving to how to make the B.Ed college functional, which is lying for 4 years. We have tried our best to and fro, and so many times the NCTE changed the rules and regulation. We have already applied, thrice we have applied, and we have sent all the data. So we hope that to solve the problem of the state, of the student community, so that they will get a facility in the state how to start the 4 years integrated course in Kiangnangba Government College, sir. Regarding the water supplies to the schools, sir, the Swachh Bharat Mission through PHE, they are doing in every nook and corner of the state. I don't know, in Mausram I don't know about the fact. I will have to search the fact. And JJM also is mandated to have to keep the water supply to all the school. And regarding the Eklavya Model Residential Schools, I have already stated that in Pahang, Ribhoi, about 90% is completed, and in Samanda is about 70% have been completed, and other sanction is awaited. It's not that we are just speaking; we are doing on the ground. The honourable member, as the member of PAC, he can go and see whether those construction of Eclair Model Research School is happening or not. Verify. I'm not here to bluff the people. This is the Akos house where whatever I speak, I have to speak the facts, sir. So that's why I tell that for others, the sanction is awaited from the government of India. And regarding the issue of Paimount School, sir, as soon as the Paimount issue have brought to the notice of the government, the director of school education have went and inquired and sent a report to the government. And the schools also, the teachers also have met me in my residence. As soon as they met, on the 1st of September 2022, we have issued the committee headed by R. Rabthab IAS, Secretary Education, with the member include the Joint Director of MBOS, Additional Director of Higher Education, Higher and Technical Education, and DSEO of East Coast Hills, to look into what is the thing to be done. And it's very easy to say that you suspend, you do now, sir. We have to learn, we have to see, to give chance to the people to explain whatever needs to be done. We are not here to shy away from our responsibility to take action, but proper procedure have to be looked into. Because we have to see that whatever action of the government, it is open to scrutiny of the legal scrutiny. So whatever we do, we will do according to the law. We will not act in haste or act where when the people approach, which may become illegal. So I assure the honourable member of the House that we will take necessary step that Paimount School should be improved as much as possible. So, sir, as I said, so the government is alive to the situation that we have to improve the education system. You have seen so many interventions of the government, which we did. And to have the accessibility, you have seen that in 2020, when we learned about this pandemic happen, we have a tie-up with the different channel to give a lesson to the students, so they will not miss. But having said that, as I said, from day one, 2018, education, there is a challenge, but we are willing to take up the challenge. All this information which are giving, all the work on the ground is that we are taking up the challenge, and we know that we can solve this challenge together. With this word, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Yes, like just one clarification, you may see.
Honourable Speaker, sir, I'd like to thank the Honourable Minister of Education for giving a very elaborate reply to all the issues that I have raised. The only thing I have to say is relating to all the discrepancies that we have raised. Matters are very serious, and I'm happy that the Minister has taken note of all the issues that we have raised, and looking forward for better delivery of the department for the welfare of the people. Thank you, sir.
Now we come to item number 3, that is short duration discussion. Sir George Bilindo, MLA, to raise a short duration discussion under Rule 51 of the Rules of Procedure and conduct of business regarding the present condition of the health sector in the state. Sir George Bilindo, MLA, please. Before he initiates, I would like to know how many members would like to participate during this short duration discussion. Kindly send your names immediately so that the time will be regulated accordingly. You have seen in the calendar that we are supposed to close for, as far as the court motion is concerned, by 1 o'clock. But it appears that we will not be able to do so. So therefore, kindly send the name so that the time will be allocated to all members fairly before we move ahead. Honourable member, you may initiate. 10 minutes, please, for you.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, sir. I, at the outset, would like to thank you for admitting this short duration discussion on the Rules 50 of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business pertaining to the news item appearing in Shillong Times 11th July 2022 on the present condition of the health sector in the state, sir. Sir, the health sector has always been under rigorous scrutiny, considering the various ground challenges, the impact on the people's lives, and parameters that it is gauged by. So the national monitoring agencies and various other agencies have been very hardworking, and they have been guiding the various states, giving insights on the progress of various health indicators to show or to guide the states on how to move forward and improve the health facilities in the respective states. So recently, several parameters have been brought to our knowledge to various reports. As per the Rural Health Statistics report, sir, the shortfall of rural health facilities is over 46%, which is higher than the national average of 24%, sir. So therefore, sir, this indicates that we need to speed up the setting up of rural health infrastructure, which, as per the growth rate of the state and the population growth, we need to attend to the requirements of the people across the state. A huge shortfall of 46%, sir, which indicates that many habitations are still far from the health facilities, and therefore becoming challenging for the people to get immediate medical assistance and also to get the medical services as and when required, sir. Sir, I had earlier proposed to the department, sir, for setting up of the sub-centers or the health and wellness centers at Umkti and Nong Trao village, and also for upgrading the old Umyam state dispensary, sir, to the PHC, sir. And considering these figures at the national level and also the state level, sir, therefore it is important that such facilities in my constituency and perhaps in other constituencies also need to be speeded up, sir. So the National Family Health Survey, the NFHS 5, 2019-20, which is the latest report available to us, the neonatal mortality rate has increased to 20.6 per 1,000 births, sir, in rural areas in our state. The under 5 mortality rate has increased to 42.6 in rural areas per 1,000 births. And as per the latest SRS Bulletin 2022, the infant mortality rate of Meghalaya is the highest amongst the smaller states, sir, standing at 30 for rural areas and 16 for the urban areas, sir, which takes the state average at 29, still the highest amongst the smaller states. This is really alarming, sir, considering that the IMR is one of the critical indicators of child health and also on the kind of facilities at which people have to get access in terms of infants and to give much attention to them, sir. Sir, children under 5 years who are stunted height for age has increased to a staggering 46.5%, sir. So this is really alarming to see, sir, that the deprivation of nutrition for our children is there at such an alarming figure, sir. It was expected that the various nutritional programs of the government would in fact address this issue of stunting, where we have seen high growths in the past. And in fact, with these interventions of nutritional programs, it was expected that the stunting growth would have decreased. But this latest figure of 46.5% still shows that our nutritional programs have not been bearing the results that we expect. Recently, sir, we also have seen that the rice that was meant for children's nutrition program was siphoned off and caught there in Assam with lakhs of rice that was meant for children. So we also learned that there was an inquiry into it, but then the inquiry report is yet to be made public, sir. So therefore, sir, with these staggering figures of stunting, it is important to know as to what has happened to the inquiry reports on that rice smuggling scam. I, on the behalf of the opposition, sir, we demand that the government tables the rice scam report for the information of the people. We cannot compromise on children's nutrition, sir. And such blot on the system and on the program brings to fore the inadequacy in monitoring system and also in the implementation of the program as a whole, sir. So, in an alarming new finding, child marriage in rural Meghalaya has increased to 19.1%, sir. So, child marriage has been one of the reasons of many problems that we see in the rural areas, sir. Stunting, anemic cases, and even single mothers has been seen as one of the factors that are really pulling down our households in the rural areas. And such a staggering find of 19.1% in terms of child marriage in rural areas needs to be looked at, and perhaps a comprehensive policy be brought as to how we tackle this issue in order to sensitize our youths and also our mothers on how we can address this particular issue, sir. Sir, the government has taken an initiative, and as presented in the House several times, on the Mother app, where it is using it as a monitoring tool to see that mothers, they are attended in a much better manner. Much appreciated, sir. Monitoring is one of the key tools to ensure that the services that are being rendered by the government, they reach the patients, they reach the mothers and the citizens across the state. However, sir, we also require a holistic policy on this towards pregnant and lactating women. Access to nutrition, access to awareness, access to health facilities, which we have seen, as I had said, being lagging behind by at least 46% in terms of access to health infrastructure and facilities. Perhaps this needs focus. Because if this policy combined with infrastructure is not there to address the problems of pregnant and lactating women, we will have all the other problems that I have already narrated. So, Meghalaya is now being tagged as the country's cancer capital, where 1 in every 5 male and 1 in every 9 female, they have been affected by this dreaded disease. This is as per the ICMR NCDIR 2021 report, sir. Therefore, sir, cancer care needs to be thought of in a better manner, improving the services, even though facilities have been initiated in our civil hospitals, sir. Just the other day, we were narrating all these problems of cancer patients in our civil hospital. The reports are very long delayed. So, 3 weeks, 1 month, more than a month, if the reports are delayed, then the disease is also eating into the patient's body. So, if the reports are delayed, then the lives that we are supposed to save, sir, we are putting them at risk. This is one very, very important feedback that we would like to give to the government, sir, that the reports, especially for the cancer patients, they are inadequate, delayed, and therefore putting the citizens' lives at risk. So, the Shillong Medical College is further delayed due to the new terms and conditions and the activities that the government has again reset it and pushed it in a different direction with expectation, with perhaps new norms, as has been informed by the Honourable Minister of Health. But the expectations of the youth, sir, has been derailed.
I have 1 minute.
Sir. So questions are being raised also on the staggering and mind-boggling figure of COVID expenditure, sir, which has crossed 1,000 crore. Perhaps this is one of the highest in the country, sir. So, sir, people are amused rather at the way the government has spent this entire important resource and precious resource. So the recruitment of nurses, as for the recruitment of teachers and police, the recruitment of nurses is also still pending, and we have our facilities affected because of the problems which we already know, the roster system. And our youths who have applied for the posts, they are eager to know and anxious about their fate, sir. So these are the points that I would like to bring and highlight before the government, because the other day the Honourable Chief Minister was kind enough to tell us about the high spending of the government and the increase in the kind of resources that and investments that they're trying to push to the state, sir. But then, sir, if things are not improving, especially for our rural areas, perhaps these resources need to be looked at as how they are being spent in order to ensure that the facilities, they reach the people, and improvement in all these various indicators of health be of improvement and also a sign of hope for the state as a whole, sir. So, therefore, sir, we need a collective endeavor and focus in order to ensure that we attend to the ailments of the health sector, sir. And with these few submissions, I hope that I have drawn the attention of the government, sir.
Thank you very much. We have only 7 members who have given their names, so I'll assume that only these members would like to speak, and with Ba Saleng maybe 1, so 8. So you'll have 5 minutes each, so be specific to the point, because other members also have requested me that the motions be given more time, so be specific. Banu Jorki Sungo, you may, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to thank you for giving me this opportunity to take part in the short duration discussion with regard to the present condition of the health sector in the state. Sir, since our member has, I know so many members will be discussing about the present condition of the health sector in the state. So I will be specific, sir, with regard to the health sector in Jaintia Hills. So as we all know, and I've seen from time to time that the health condition of Jaintia Hills is in a really bad condition, sir, as of now. Just recently, sir, I met a doctor who was posted in Yalong Civil Hospital. So I got a complaint from him, sir, that from time to time, people all across Jaintia Hills, they depend on the Yalong Civil Hospital for even a minor illness or treatment, sir. We cannot imagine, sir, people all across Jaintia Hills, they will depend only in Yalong Civil Hospital. And when I go deep and when I try to inquire, sir, I came to know that most of the PHC, the CHC, that were there in different parts of Jaintia Hills, they are not functioning well, sir. And when they say that it's not functioning well, it does not mean that I'm going to blame the doctor. We know that the doctor have tried their best to perform their duties. But the thing is that, sir, only one doctor is available for one PHC, CHC. How could he perform his duties, sir? So that's why, sir, due to the non-availability of doctor and due to non-availability of medical equipment, people from different parts of Jaintia has to move towards Yalong Civil Hospital for their treatment, sir. And sir, point number 2, sir, and it's very important. I've been to Yalong Civil Hospital so many times, sir, and it is really shocking to see that all the corridors inside the Yalong Civil Hospital, they were occupied by the patients, sir. Patients are made to sleep on the floor, sir. That also not inside, but in the corridor of the hospital. Especially patients from the maternity ward, sir, because as we all know that the present maternity bed is only 30 in Yalong Civil Hospital, whereas patients who came daily, I think they cross 100, sir. So in the process, the doctors, the staff, they have no other choice but to make the patient sleep on the floor of the Yalong Civil Hospital, sir. That is such a condition with regard to the maternity in Yalong Civil Hospital. So therefore, sir, in spite the government has already finished the construction of the 100-bedded MCH hospital in July, but the big question is that, sir, when it will start operationalized, sir? Till now, we are yet to see the light of the day, and till now, the hospital is yet to be operationalized, sir. So that's why, sir, we hope that the government will take
5 minutes.
Will take special interest, sir. Will pay heed to the concern of our people, and to make the MCH hospital operationalized as soon as possible, sir. Another point is that, sir, with regard to the Yalong Civil Hospital, I'm talking only about Jaintia Hill, sir. It is really shocking, sir, to know that the ICU bed that was there in Yalong Civil Hospital, it is not functioning. It is really shocking, sir. Despite being one of the oldest hospital, and people used to think that Yalong Civil Hospital is one of the biggest hospitals in Jaintia Hills, but it is sad to know that it is functioning without the ICU not functioning properly, sir. So that's why, sir, I would like to request the government to make this ICU bed functional as soon as possible, sir. I've seen the difficulties that the people of our Jaintia Hills are facing from time to time. Especially, sir, for the poor people who cannot afford to go all the way to Shillong to get a better treatment, or who can afford to go to a private hospital. For those poor people who depend solely on the help that are being provided by the civil hospital, if the ICU is not functioning, they are going to face a very big problem, sir. So that's why, sir, I would like to point out this point, sir, that the ICU in Yalong Civil Hospital should be made functional as soon as possible, sir.
Honorable Member, please try to wind up because of the constraint of time.
Just one more point, sir. And last but not the least, sir, I would like to request upon the government, especially through our Honorable Chief Minister, sir, who has done a lot for our state. So there's one more very important request, and that is the setting up of a PHC in Block 1 area, sir. I've been requesting this time and time again and again, sir. But till now, we are yet to see the light of the day. People from Block 1 area, just imagine, sir, just to go to a sub-center, they have to travel all the way for 15 kilometers. Just to get to a sub-center, 15 kilometers they have to travel. From Moluber, from Mojem, all those Panar village, sir, they have to travel for more than 10 kilometers just to reach a sub-center. So that's why, sir, I would like to request upon the government, please and kindly look into the matter and make sure that a PHC will be set up in Block 1 area. That is my humble request, sir. And I hope that the government will take a very keen interest in the points that I have raised, sir. So with this very few points, sir, I will resume my seat. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Sri Miralbon, Shem, please take your floor. But bear in mind, you are allotted only 5 minutes. The time is regulated by the speaker.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, sir, for allowing me to take part in the short duration discussion on the Rule 50, Rule Procedure of Conduct of Business, on the present condition of the health sector in the state. So I won't take much time. Let me be very brief on my submission today. With regard to the condition of the health sector in the state, sir, I would like to place on record my sincere thanks to all the previous government, till the present government also, for the effort and the initiative taken to revive the healthcare system within our state where we are today, even though there are difficulties and issues and grievances, but we have to go on. So with regard to the issue, point number 1, I hope the Honorable Chief Minister will respond on this short duration. I would like to get a clarity on Riphoi district being an aspirational district, whether Riphoi district is entitled or not to have a medical college. I have been raising this in the past also, because I have seen government of India, they have sanctioned last year many medical colleges who happen to be aspirational district that has been identified by the Niti Aayog, government of India. So I would like to know in the course of response by the Honorable CM to please clarify on this. Number 2, sir, with regard to the facilities that we have in the healthcare system within our state as a whole, be it district hospital, civil hospital, PHC or CHC within the state. Not only in Riphoi or Nongpo, but most part of the state, there is issues and difficulties. There are shortage of specialists, there are shortage of doctors in the PHC. Where supposed to be 3 doctors, we have only 1 or somewhere 2. So there's a huge issue with regard to the doctors to attend to regular patients at the PHC and the CHC level. With regard to the specialists within Nongpo Civil Hospital also, we need more and more specialists. We need more specialists on pediatric care unit. We need more equipments to be equipped, like the ultrasound, X-ray machine, and other, so that it will be easy for the general patient of the civil hospital in Nongpo to cater the patient from the district at large. At the same time, the health department to look into for sanctioning of more technical person who will look after the ultrasound, who will look after the X-ray machine, so that they can attend to the issues for the public at large. So with regard to the creation of more PHC and sub-center, we have seen every year in the budget session where allocation of funds have been made, we have seen considerable new PHC and CHC has been created. We would like to see in days to come also more and more PHC, CHC will come up. So one issue with regard to bringing health facility nearer to the people. The model that has been introduced by the government of Delhi, the Mohalla clinic they call, if the government have sufficient fund to start, this is a very good model where we could have one clinic within a population of 2,000 to 2,500, one clinic. Mohalla in Hindi means a compound, where they can have free medicine, they can have free diagnosis for small tests or diagnosis that they have to do. It will be a great help for the people at large of our state, sir. So with regards to few pending issues that are still there in Riphoi district, I would like to bring into the notice through you, sir, to the Honorable Chief Minister, for the long pending trauma center in Nongpo that has to be inaugurated. This is a long pending, number 1. Number 2, with regard to the GNM nursing school in Palms in Nongpo.
You have 1 minute at your disposal,
yeah, only 3 minutes, sir. Yeah, with regard to the GNM nursing school in Pamsim, Nongpo also. So it has started, but I would like to request through you, sir, to the Honorable Chief Minister for the inauguration of GNM nursing school in Pamsim and Marman PHC for the inauguration of these 2. So with regard to another long pending MCH hospital in Umran, to cater for the maternal health care, we understand that this health infrastructure that has been set up in Umran, Nyang Bernai in Umsning, it has to be speed up so that the congestion within Nongpo Civil Hospital with regard to maternal health care, it can be eased so that those pregnant mothers, they can shift to this new hospital for their needs and required treatment. So, with regard to the issue of ASHAs also, that we have been raising from time and again, that they have to be looked into so that they can have those incentive, the regular incentive by the state share or with the central share that has to be bear upon. We would like to see that this to be continued, and at the same time that fixed honorarium of 2,000 to be increased to at least 5,000, sir. So to improve the health scenario within our state healthcare system in the remote village, or that the government should give more focus on infrastructure development in terms of availability of adequate facility for handling any emergency cases for maternal case in remote area of our state. Thank you, sir, for allowing me. There are many points to make, but due to paucity of time, I will resume my seat. Thank you, sir.
May I request Eugene Lingdao to take the floor, please? You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for allowing me this time to speak in this short duration discussion. Firstly, I would like to commend the government on the great initiative of launching the Mother Safe Home program. Secondly, I would like to speak on medicine. There has been a short supply of medicine that is needed at various health centers across the state. For example, there was an interrupted supply. There was no availability, for that matter, of the paracetamol syrup during the routine immunization of the children. And it has also come to light that medicines that were not indented by the various health facilities have reached the facilities, and which I would say causes a huge problem for all the doctors in these various health facilities. Next, I would talk about the diagnostic tests, things that are happening at the various CHCs. Apart from the basic available testings, I would request the government to make it available at the various CHCs to have the thyroid function tests, liver function tests, and the kidney function tests. The reason, because there is an increasing rise in cases of thyroid, especially in pregnant women. So, for example, a woman in Moplang has to go all the way to Shillong to get a testing done. So with the prevailing traffic congestion in the city, I think it does create a lot of mental trauma in these patients. So that the doctors at these various CHCs can give corrective measures and medication on time. Next, I'll come to the human resource. The government has planned to set up 300 sub-centers across the state. The issue is with workforce. The maternal and child health hospitals that have been established since 2018 are still not functioning because of workforce. This is a present case in Moplang CHC. We do not have an obstetrician and a gynecologist at present. So if a mother were to give birth and she could not deliver naturally, she has to be rushed all the way to Ganesh Das Hospital. So these are some issues that people in rural areas are facing. And I would like to end my speech with the upgradation of the Pomlong PHC to a CHC. The Pomlong PHC has a population of 50,000 plus. It functions from Umtingar all the way to Lawai. So I think, and it's located on the national highway here at Sadao. I think it's a high time that this PHC is upgraded to a CHC. And finally, I would like to urge the government to upgrade the CHC of Moplang to a first referral unit with required infrastructure and human resources. With these few submissions, I'd like to take my seat. Thank you.
Thank you. May I request Honourable Member P.T. Sokmi to take the floor. You have 5 minutes at your disposal. Please bear in mind.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. So I thank you for allowing me to participate in the short duration discussion moved by the Honourable Member from Mroe that is related with the present condition of the health sector in the state, sir. Sir, I would like to urge the Honourable Chief Minister. For the last 1 year, I've already been proposed the setting up of PNC at Mountward village. I have only took along with the director of DHSMI at the time, but again I would like to mention to urge the Honourable Chief Minister to look after this PHC at Mountward village. Also, sir, I already been proposed that a sub-center at Umpro village, that only 2 related in my constituency. So I wanted to get information from the department. Now the CCM will able to reply, but we are much concerned about the civil hostel in Shillong and civil hostel in the district that we have. Whether the MRI is functioning or not, like CT scan, X-ray, ultrasound, ventilators, oxygen plant, with all these tests, whether it was functioning or not, because we are concerned for our people. We understand that especially those who have go for testing in the civil hospital, if it is Shillong, if it is Tura, if it is Nongpo, if it is in Jawai, many are poor people. But we like to say the government to see that if all these tests will be function for the interest of the people in our state. So we have also already saw yesterday in the reply of Honourable Health Minister that the cost of COVID, it has come in the sheet to rupees 816 crore. So for this, it will be proper while we have the assembly session of getting the break up, like from the state government. How much the state government has been spent on this COVID, sir? Then from center. So when we're talking about the COVID time, we have to appreciate the sincere effort of the Honourable Chief Minister, Deputy Chief Minister, the Cabinet, even the Speaker, Deputy Speaker, and all honourable members, even especially the Director, DHMI and DMHO and others, all doctors, nurses, everyone have been working so hard at the time of COVID-19. But we have to express a special thanks, especially to the Principal Secretary, Health and Family Welfare. Yeah, for his doing a good job at that time. I'm sure that he have advised very carefully how the government will move ahead to tackle about the COVID-19. So now the COVID-19 has already been complete. We are very much happy with the grace of God. But we are living in a normal situation. But the main important that we like again that health infrastructure in the state to strengthen. But so my point here, sir, since we have received a lot of money from the center, a lot of money, and also the government have already invested so much of money to tackle of the COVID-19. So if it is proper, if the Honourable Chief Minister during his speech, if we can give the break-up, how much we have spent for infrastructure, then how much we have spent for the non-infrastructure. So we remember the time that the government have a buy of medicine and equipment. Then government also at the time they have only been appoint of the contractual staff. Then remember at the time that the government have only been purchase of ambulance. Then we remember even the government have construction of the prefab in Shillong and also even there and Tura. Then remember also the government have only been appoint of the specialist doctors, nurses. But many that the government have been appointed at the time. Then you like Minister to know whether the installation of oxygen pipeline, high flow nasal ventilators, generators, ECG machine, X-ray, how much the government have been been spent on all this infrastructure.
Honorable member, you
yes,
have 1
infrastructure,
minute.
which requirement for the state, sir.
You
But
have
sir, the
1
main,
minute.
but yes, sir. But the main important, sir, we would like to get the information, because we have the NEC in us, NEC in all the northeastern state. But we would like to get information right from the NEC, how much the NEC have contributed at the time. But we have heard at one point of time that even the MP from Shillong had also announced that he will contribute something for the COVID. Then we will later get information how much MP lad have been contribute to the state government. Then we have for the NISIT. The NISIT service, we last time I remember that even NASIT also contributed a lot. But not only one time, NISIT have already contributed to the COVID, to fight COVID-19, even 2 times. So it will be proper, because as of now we have get only the total amount. If you look at the amount, 816 crore, that is a very big amount.
Please,
but I'm sure that if the government is so kind enough of giving a breakup, that it will be clear the air, so that people will have no doubt about the way the government spending of the money which you see from the center, even the state. With these words, sir, Arishi Masid, sir.
Thank you. May I request SM Sampling and other members to take the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. Sir, I'd like to thank the government for considering the South Sampair Sub-Center to be upgraded to the PHC, which has been the wishes and the desire of the people for a very long time. And on behalf of the people of the Mausaram constituency and the South Sampair in particular, I'd like to thank the government for considering this project. So 3 locations at Wailoi, Jilep and Dholai were selected to be set up as health sub-centers. And action has been practically very slow. I do not know where these matters are stuck up now, sir. I request the government to kindly expedite in setting up these 3 sub-centers at the earliest. And also more sub-centers are required to be open so as to provide the medical facilities to the closest door possible in the rural area, sir. So the Mausaram CHC is the only CHC in my area which has very few facilities for treatment. I request the government to kindly look into the matter, so that we do not want people to come all the way to Shillong for minor treatments and ailments, sir. So upgrading of the health centers and providing facilities is very essential. So I hope the government will consider upgrading the Dangar PHC into a CHC, sir, because the Dangar PHC caters to more than 40 villages, sir. So 40 bordering villages are under one PHC, and I feel that upgrading the Dangar PHC to a CHC will provide a lot of facilities for the people living in the border to get better health care, sir. Sir, I'd like to draw the attention of the government to a very important aspect relating to the MHIS. I request the Honourable Chief Minister to kindly take note of this, because with the incidence of drugs among the youths in the state, I think I understand that there are many cases of hepatitis C. Hepatitis C is being reported all over the state at an alarming rate, sir. A very important matter, sir, this that I'm raising today. So the treatment of this viral hepatitis C is very expensive in Meghalaya, sir. So it ranges between rupees 60,000 to rupees 1 lakh for the treatment of this particular disease. I'd like to inform the government that the Punjab government has subsidized it to rupees 7,200 for a 12-week course of treatment. The Haryana government has considered rupees 5,200 for the 12-week course of treatment of this particular disease. So most of the cases in our state come from poor families, because most of the drug addicts normally come from those classes of middle class and the poor families, sir. And this viral hepatitis C is mostly related to the drug abuse. So therefore, sir, I also understand that the Government of India has launched the National Viral Hepatitis Control Program on the 28th of July 2018. And surprisingly, sir, the MHIS has not covered the viral hepatitis neither for the OPD or the IPD. And therefore, I request the government to kindly include hepatitis C also under the MHIS. So further, I would like to also bring to the notice of the government that the MHIS has not covered, has covered the neurosurgery for burr hole. So this burr hole surgery and the cost for this surgery is kept at rupees 1,28,800, sir. Again, sir, the neurosurgery procedures for craniotomy has been fixed at rupees 78,500, sir. I would like to mention that the procedures involved in the operation of craniotomy is, I understand, very rigorous and more complicated. Therefore, the cost of the operation should have been higher, though it has been fixed at only 78,500, sir. Whereas the burr hole operation is comparatively more simple and faster, and the cost for the burr hole has been kept at more than 1 lakh, sir. I think there is a little bit of mistake somewhere there. I would like the government to kindly examine this matter, as I understand that the burr hole operation is by drilling a hole on the head, and the craniotomy involves open surgery of the brain.
Honorable Member,
therefore, the government...
1 minute.
Yeah. Therefore, the government may kindly examine this discrepancy and take corrective steps in consultation with all the medical experts. With these few words, I resume my seat. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. May I request Honorable Member Kempa to take the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, for allowing me to take part in the short duration discussion moved by the Honorable MLA from Umroi. Sir, blood bank is one of the concerns which you have seen in recent times, and I would like to thank the department and the government that the blood bank in Nongstoin Civil Hospital has opened and is fully functional now. I would like to thank the government for considering the upgradation of Ramrai PHC to CHC, and some sub-centers also has come up in my constituency, but the work needs to be speed up, and we require more of these health facilities in the border areas. So the trauma center in West Khasiels need to be set up immediately, and the shortage of doctors, especially in the state, and especially in my constituency, there are no doctors which has been appointed. Department and the government to look into it, so that the people does not suffer and they don't need to go to Nongstoin or come to Shillong for their treatment, sir. So with these few submissions, I resume my statement.
Thank you. May I request Saleng Sangma to take the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. I will be brief about the subject that I'm bringing in, sir. The present conditions of health in the state of Meghalaya. Sir, first of all, I would like to thank the government for all the works that they are doing, especially our Chief Minister for the upgradations of PHC at Kerapara to CHC, which was a long dream of the people of Kerapara, and then upgradations of PHCs, and then sub-centers like Sakaboldamgri, Darengri, Chengapara, Gambegri, Bolchugri, Posangagri, Chisakri, Sakaboldamgri. All this area has been upgraded, especially for the pregnant women to take care. But, Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to again request in certain areas, like for example, I've been attending to lots of cancer patients from my constituency. Sometimes whenever we send our patients to the hospital, sometimes they don't have this chemo which was given to the cancer patients. So we have to get it from the private hospitals or from the private pharmacies. So these are the problems that we are facing, Mr. Speaker, sir. And then one day what happened is that one boy, he was a very young boy, he was already treated, operated and completed. But the fact is that when we are supposed to give him the radiations, on that particular moment, that radiology, that who was taking that particular, we call it radiologist or? Radiologist. Not oncologist, the person who take care of the thing. The radiologist was not there. So that way he waited, but at the end he has to succumb. So these are the areas I think if the radiologists who are giving the treatment to the cancer patients needed to be appointed more. When they are on holiday or maybe on some kind of a suffering, I think there should be others to replace them. On the other hand, Mr. Speaker, sir, whenever we talk about the MHIs, I've been after these MHIs from very long time, Mr. Speaker, sir. Now, it seems like there is a flaw in design, or maybe this MHI is cunningly designed in such a way that the patients are, or the card holders are not getting all the freedom. Now, for example, we have given 5 lakhs for the card holder. But the fact is that whenever any kind of diseases arise to the family, only certain amounts are deducted. Now, it seems like it's not the patients or the card holder or the family who is getting the benefit out of it. It seems like the design in such a way, it's the company who is getting the benefit out of it, more than the public, more than the people. Now, I was so happy that this is the area where we can, help the poorer people who cannot afford to go to, even the private hospitals. Last time, one of my patients was admitted in Supercare Hospital where we don't have certain kind of a surgery. So, certain surgery has to be done in the private hospital. When I send them, and then the bill came out around 2.50 like that. And then from the MHIs, they can cut only 30,000, whereas rest of the payment I have to pay from my own pocket. So this way, if the 5 lakhs was given, why not wholly? So I want the Honorable Chief Minister to relook into this framework, if it can be fully, because it's like taking away the fundamental rights of that family itself. Therefore, I would like to request the government to relook into this particular design. Not only certain diseases can be, carried out to look after the patients, but this particular aim of...
Honorable members, Sri George P. Lindo from Umroi. So I have a very few points, and I won't take much time, sir. As a legislator, I have a duty to see first the health of the people in my area. So there are so many abandoned health center in Calcutta, in my constituency. But with the help of the department, the government, those 4.5 years, all the sub-centers are working now with chowkidar and nurse and with the facility, sir. But one thing I would like to point out, sir, almost all the blocks in the state of Meghalaya, all the sub-center, they got additional 2 rooms for the sub-center. But in my block, Calcutta, only 2 sub-center I got, rest waiting for the sanctioning, sir. Sir, the day one itself, that is 2018, in the March, I was raising for the Calcutta PHC to be upgraded to CSC. Now, I got the news, good news, that the government is thinking about it. So we prepared a place for the upgradation. Thing is that, sir, we need a CSC, Community Health Center, because Calcutta is very big area, highly populated, but we have only PSC in our center. So most of the patients, because of the facility, they are going to Gwalpara and Guwahati, because going to Tura and Williamnagar is a very long distance. Sir, our people, poor people, they cannot afford to go to Guwahati, Gwalpara, as the fees is very high. So once we got community health center in Calcutta region, it will be greatly helpful to the people of that area, sir. In Adokre, we have one PSC. That is, building is dilapidated condition, sir. Last time, Honorable MP also visited, and she found that all around building is leaking. A patient cannot stay there. So I request the government of the day to have a major repairing in this PHC at Calcutta, sir. I propose 2 sub-centers, and it's a good news for me. I thank the government that 2 sub-centers has been sanctioned, that I know, that Chachinat and Agropatra. I request the government to speed up the construction work at this new sub-center, sir. And my one more request, sir, in Calcutta, we don't have a dentist doctor, and I heard from the department that there is a force. So kindly arrange for the dentist doctor at Calcutta. It will be greatly helpful to the people in my area. With these few points, I resume my seat. Thank you.
We receive this. Now the one member, Palasaras. Just 3 minutes, please, be specific.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity to take part in the short duration discussions, the frightening conditions of the health sector in the state. Sir, I just want to highlight a few points in regards of the state health conditions of the state, as well as particularly for my constituency also. Now we understand that mortality rate of Meghalaya is 30, and this is showing that this is bad conditions of the state health sector. Moreover, I would like to highlight the important things in regards of my constituency. We have 1 CHC and 1 PSC in my constituency, and 3 sub-center in my constituency. But if the CHC can be upgraded under better, it will be big benefit for the people of that area in Chopot. That means Chopot CHC, if Chopot CHC can be upgraded to 100 bedded, it will be very benefit for the people as well. And the conditions of that building also condition of the building also dilapidated. And the third, that during the rain seasons, the leakage we can see the leakage also in that area. And moreover, the manpower, I have visited so many times in that that particular CHC. No manpower is there, no one technician is there, no X-ray machine is there, no incubator is there. Lots of analysis machines, X-ray machines also required for that, especially for that CHC. And that also, if in Masakigri area also, the conditions of the building is very dilapidated. If the CHC can be upgraded to, PHC can be upgraded to CHC, it will be good for the people of that area as well. And we have critical conditions area of the areas there, like Jatra, Daringre, and Asakre. If we can setting up the sub-center in that area, it will be a great benefit for all of us. I would like to highlight some important things that that area needs to be upgraded. Even in Ruga area also, there is 1 sub-center in Ruga, but that area covers large area of that area. If that sub-center can be upgraded to PHC, I believe the government of the day, I humbly request to the government of the day to kindly see into this matter. And moreover, more manpower is required. Even in my city also, only 1 grade cleaner is only 1 technician is only one, and it required more staffs in that area so that they can facilitate the needs of the people at that area. Only for some small reasons, we have to refer to the Tura and different parts of the state. That is why I would like to request the government of the day to kindly see that very important, the urgent requirement, urgent needs of the people, so that we can facilitate to the people of that area particularly. Even Tura also, for small regions, we have been referred to the Guwahati, like cancer patients and whatever. So if we can set up the cancer hospital in Tura also, it will be great benefit for the people of Garo generally, and particularly to the people of Garo Hills. So, through Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to urge the government of the day to see this important requirements and the needs of the people in my particular area, in my constituency, to see so that we can facilitate the needs of the people in a manner that so that we can carry on and carry forward the works of the people to help the people in needs. For that, in my area, I know that for small regions, there is no blood bank in my city, no extreme mission. That is why only for few elements also we have to refer to the Tura hospital and different hospital. It requires a huge amount of money, and it's very difficult for them to carry forward this work. So, with this few word, I urge upon the government of the day to kindly see into the matter and speed immediate work, whatever we have discussed in the duration, short duration, regarding the conditions of the state. So I urge upon the government to kindly see into the matter.
Thank you.
With this few word, I resume my seat.
Thank you. Now I call upon the Minister in charge to reply, please. Minister absent. Chief Minister, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, at the very outset, I would like to thank the honorable members, especially the honorable member from Umroi, who has brought up this short duration discussion, which of course, as usual, turns into a long duration, but it's important in nature, and hence I appreciate that you have given sufficient and regulated time for all the members to raise their concerns. Sir, I'll go point by point so that we are able to address as many issues as possible. So the honorable member from Umroi had mentioned about the IMR, the infant mortality rate. And I would like to inform the House that after a lot of work that has been done by the departments, today the infant mortality rate from 34, it has come down today to 29, and we are almost at the national average because of the efforts that are being made by the department now. Even in terms of the SAM and MAM children, that is the malnutrition children and severely acute malnutrition children, the percentage has come down from 20% earlier to today at 1.7% based on the Poshan survey, which was done in March 2022. So the SAM and MAM numbers coming down from 20% to 1.75% is a huge improvement in the overall numbers, but of course we need to work harder. We had surveyed almost 3 lakh children, and when the survey was done, they found out that the numbers had come down from a 20% to today in the 2022 survey at 1.75%, and this clearly reflects the efforts and the outcomes of all the hard work that has been put in by the department and the government. Regarding the stunting issue, sir, it is of course a concern, and it's something that is more of a medium-term and long-term plan and work, because it takes some time for it to actually ultimately see the numbers and the actual changes taking place. But all the efforts that we are putting in, including ensuring that the Poshan programs are doing well and the SAM and MAM children are reducing, and also the fact that we have started this new early childhood development program where 40,000 more children who were never covered under the different programs of the Government of India, and 8,000 pregnant women who also were never covered will now be covered under this ECD program. And therefore, a comprehensive approach and a proper life cycle approach is being applied to this. And all the different efforts that we're making will definitely lead to the overall improvement in the stunting numbers also, sir. So regarding the issue of the cancer problem, yes, it's a fact, sir, that we are facing a large number of cancer patients, and it is a matter of great concern. And we have had multiple meetings even at the state and the central level in order to address those issues. And there are many factors that lead to it. There may not be enough time for me to dwell on all those aspects. But of course, sir, in terms of treatment, you're aware that the new cancer wing in the Shillong Civil Hospital is already there, and that we will be, in fact, improving the services as we move along. I know that a number of members mentioned about it, saying that some radiologists or other technicians were not present. We will make sure, sir, that enough manpower and complete services are provided in this cancer wing which has been opened up in the Shillong Civil Hospital. So regarding the expenditure which Honorable Member had mentioned regarding the COVID, sir, yes, the numbers look very high. But sir, these were very urgent and emergent, I should say, situations. And we had to go the additional or the extra mile to ensure that we left no stone unturned when it came to the actual fight against COVID. Because these are very sensitive areas, we needed to ensure that we did everything in our capacity to ensure that we're able to provide different kind of services. I don't have the detailed breakup with me of all the heads, and it will take a long time. But roughly, sir, the numbers, some of the breakups are there in front of me, where we had spent almost close to 249 crores when it came to medicines, equipments, different supplies that we had to give. We spent almost close to infrastructural expenditure of 44 crores, 43.68 crores was spent. We had to spend almost close to 20 crores on incentives given to Ashas. We spent close to 14 crores where we give support to private hospitals. We spent about 17 crores for operational cost of for vaccination, inclusive of campaign mode and support to public health services. We had given, there were a lot of IT interventions amounting to about 18.38 crores. There was human resource where we spent almost 19.5 and 8 crores, and so on and so forth. So there were many other areas, but just to give a rough idea, that these were the areas that we had to spend money on. But the important point to note here, sir, is that these were expenditures which we had to do. We could not take a chance with the human lives and the lives of our citizens. And being a very emergent situation, the government had to go that extra mile to ensure that we don't leave any stone unturned. And I'm happy to say, sir, that we saw results of that. I'm not saying that everything went perfect, but I think compared to a large number of other states, we were able to tackle the situation better than maybe most of the states. Of course, there were always challenges, but hence we ensured that whatever expenditure was required, we did not put a lid on it, and we ensured that wherever the health department felt that we need to spend, whether it's infrastructure creation, whether it's manpower, whether it's medicines, we made sure that we gave the full support, because it was a warlike situation at that point in time. Sir, the Honourable Member had also mentioned about different recruitments in different areas, and that is of course taking place as per the norms. He mentioned about the nurses, A&Ms, so that procedure also is on, and because of certain legal hurdles, certain notifications or certain decisions were delayed, but we will ensure that we expedite the matter at the earliest. Our Honourable Member from Mogayo constituency had mentioned about Yalong Civil Hospital, and was mentioning that the ICU there had not been functioning. So as per my information, during the COVID time, the ICU was functioning out there, and it was, in fact, it was working quite well. But the Honourable Member has mentioned it. I have taken a note of it, sir, and definitely I'll ask the department to look into that matter. Also, he had mentioned about the fact that specialists and equipments were required in more numbers. And of course, sir, our endeavor is to ensure that we do that as far as possible, because this requirement is there in most of the hospitals and the sub-centers in the PHCs and the CHCs, sir. So he had also mentioned about the fact that there were the PHCs and CHCs in his area, some of them are not functioning well. Sir, it would be more appropriate, I would request the Honourable Member, if he can in fact give us to us in writing, and we will ensure that we take up these matters because we have a very large program where we are upgrading the infrastructure and the overall machine setups in most of the PHCs and CHCs. So definitely if there is a need and if there's a specific information that can be given to us, we would be happy to do something about that and improve the overall services at the grassroots level. So he mentioned about the fact that the maternity beds were not enough. So yes, this has been a challenge in a lot of places, and again the matter has been noted, sir, and we will do our best to ensure that we will try to improve the overall services and try to expand things wherever the financial options are there for us to be able to invest in these areas. But I have definitely taken a note of that point. So he mentioned about the 100-bedded hospital in Jowai. I'm happy to inform you that the local MLA from there, Mr. Mickey Shella, has been continuously in touch with me, and after his detailed persuasion and push, I'm happy to inform you that the 100-bedded Jowai MCH will be inaugurated very, very soon. Was mentioning that the ICU also, that is for Yalong itself. As I said, sir, we will definitely look into that matter. So the Honourable Member also mentioned about the PHC in Block 1. I have noted this down, and so we'll definitely get this matter also examined. Mr. Meralbon, CM, sir, the Honourable MLA from Nongpo had mentioned about the medical college in an aspirational district. And we are in fact one of the private universities, which is the USTM, is planning to lay the foundation stone for a medical college very soon on the 3rd of October, if I'm not wrong. And this, of course, is a private medical college, but nonetheless, it is being, it is going to come up. And the promoters there have given the proposal to the government, where they would like the government to be part of this in a PPP mode, where if certain investments are made, then they would share a certain number of seats for the government, but the running would be done by them. And hence it would be a great model for us to be able to invest bare minimum, get maximum number of seats for us, and not have the overall pressure of running the college, because that really is the biggest challenge. So we will definitely explore that option also, and I will be personally going there on the 3rd of October to be part of this very great program where the USTM will be putting up a medical college in their campus, sir. Sir, he had mentioned about the specialists and the equipments, which again is something that all the members have mentioned. And as I said, it's a process, and we are working towards improving that in most of the areas. So he also mentioned about the Mohalla clinic in Delhi. And of course, it's a good model and it's working well in Delhi. But sometimes the same models do not work in locations like ours, because Delhi is a more dense city, and the localities are close-knit, and also, of course, the manpower is more out there in terms of specialist doctors and other doctors also. So the situations are very different, what Delhi faces and what Meghalaya faces, and hence all the aspects may not work in Meghalaya. But definitely, so wherever we find that the good practices are there is no harm in copying or learning from them, and we will definitely examine those matters also. So he had mentioned about the GNM and in Paham and the Marmiam PHC, so that the dates are being fixed for that, and I have informed the Honourable Member personally also that we will be going there. The trauma center, sir, I don't have the details right now with me, but definitely I have taken a note of it, and I will definitely get the matter detailed examined. So the ASHA workers, he had mentioned, so we have already informed the House that a large amount of payments that were due to the ASHAs for the last, in fact, almost 10 years have been cleared to a large extent. Almost all the dues have been cleared, and ASHAs are a very important part of our health service sector, and hence we are ensuring that we leave no stone unturned to support them in every possible way, sir. So in terms of the maternal health, which was mentioned by the Honourable Member, many programs, for example, the rescue mission, the transit homes, which are basically homes where most of the high-risk mothers are kept 15 days, 20 days ahead of the due date, so that we can give them the necessary medical care at the same time, so that they don't have to travel during the last days or few days before the due date, and that would help in reducing the maternal mortality rate. So different kind of programs and interventions like these have been done in a large scale to provide the best service and to ensure that we minimize the maternal mortality rate in the state. And I'm happy to inform, sir, that in the last few months, especially from January to 2022 to May 2022, we have seen almost 40% reduction in maternal mortality. And just to give an example, in West Khasi Hills also during that phase, the year before we had 12 deaths, and this year it was only 2. But of course, I've always maintained that even one death is not acceptable. But just to show the comparison of how the efforts are making a difference, we have managed to reduce it to 2. But I keep telling the department that that number should be 0. So, so the efforts are working. But of course, as I said, it's a process and very complicated, and many factors are involved in it. But we are aware of the issues, sir, and we are doing our best to resolve those issues. Our MLA from Moplang had mentioned about the shortage of medicine supply. So there could be some situations where there are certain delays, and it does take place, sir. And that is the reason why we are under process of completely revamping the entire medicine supply procedure, including making it online, including the construction of different kind of storage spaces in different districts. And all of these processes are underway. I'm sure, sir, as we move along, we will be able to resolve this, or at least will be minimize the problem of medicines not being there. For example, the paracetamol he mentioned for the children's vaccination time, it was not there. So we will ensure in the future that these kind of shortages should not happen, and all efforts will be made in order to do that. So regarding some medicines that were not indented and they arrived, so these could be some errors that are there, especially when it's manually done. So therefore, we are under a process to computerize the entire indenting process, and I'm sure that once that is done, we will be able to minimize these kind of shortcomings that have been there. So he had mentioned that different tests, if they can be done for thyroid, especially, and it's a good suggestion, sir. I have taken a note of that. He mentioned about the fact that people have to travel from Moplang to Shillong, and I understand those concerns, sir. And that is why all these efforts that are being made is to reduce the overall hardship that the people have to face and the difficulties people have to face during such critical times, sir. So he had mentioned about the fact that we'll be expanding the sub-centers, but we have shortage of manpower. So we are, of course, there are 2-3 important points. When it comes to the sub-centers, so we are trying our best to ensure that it goes in a PPP mode. So we will have agencies or NGOs who will be working with us as far as possible, so that the manpower issue will not fall totally on the government. And hence, these models are working well in some areas, and in some areas maybe not as well as we expected. But it's a process, and an improvement takes place as we go along. But definitely, it's a point of concern, and we also are concerned about it. And that's why we have taken this approach of going for a PPP mode. At the same time, sir, there is a program for this, for our diploma courses for the doctors, where instead of having a long MD course, we are coming up with this Adarsh program, where every year we'll be giving diplomas for doctors. In 2 years' time, they'll be able to get certain diplomas, which will allow them to then function to some extent as specialists, maybe not be fully like a full MD, but then it will at least help us to reduce the entire shortfall in the manpower that we have. Sir, he had mentioned about upgradation of Pomlung PHC to CHC. Sir, we are under consideration of many such proposals. And just wanted to inform that I have noted that down. He has mentioned about the Moplang CHC to be upgraded to a first referral unit. I have noted that concern also down, sir. So Mr. P.T. Sokme, our honorable member from Maulai, had mentioned about the PHC in Maudubot village. So we will definitely take a note of this. But of course, I don't have the full details with me right now. The sub-centers he had mentioned for Umprao village, I have noted that aspect also down. He was concerned about the MRI and the CT scan and other machines in civil hospitals. So they are working absolutely fine right now. The COVID expenditures, I have already shared the information when I clarified for the honorable member from Umroi, and I have given some of the breakups in that aspect, sir. The honorable members from Mosangram, Mr. Hima Shampliang, had mentioned about the Sausampair PHC to CHC, which has been done, sir, and we hope that we'll be able to prove all the necessary things within a short time. The Veloy, Gillette, and the Dulia sub-center, which had mentioned, sir, the project in which we are taking up 200 plus sub-centers, these three will be in that also list. So the Dangar upgradation from PHC to CHC, so we are examining, and we will take the necessary steps as per the financial availability. There are a lot of demands from all over, sir, so we'll have to balance things out. He had mentioned, sir, about the hepatitis C concerns among drug users, and yes, sir, the MHIS in fact covers 2,100 rupees per day for the treatment for hepatitis C. Regarding the concerns of the operation cost for the craniatomy and the borehole surgeries that he had mentioned, between 1 lakh being done for borehole and the craniatomy for about 70,000+. So these also I have noted down, but so these are areas where, as I said, the insurance companies have certain procedures that we also have to follow, and they have to discuss, and they accordingly, along with this department, we always keep certain funds for certain processes, and this is done in consultation with the state, with the health department. But sir, I have noted this point down, and we will definitely get this also examined in detail, sir. So Mr. Kimfa, honorable member from Ramrai, had mentioned about the need for more health services and centers in his constituency. He mentioned about the doctors and the manpowers, and the need for upgradation and improvement of the trauma center, sir. So I have taken a note of all these points that he had mentioned. Mr. Saling Sangma, the honorable member from Gambegri, had mentioned about the cancer care and the need for improving the overall services. Sir, as I had replied earlier, the cancer wing in Shillong is already set up, and even the information on so in Tura, sir, so Tura also, sir, we are providing chemotherapy now, and as I said, the different machines, the chemotherapy and the radiotherapy are being provided in civil hospital. He had mentioned that one of the persons was not there for treatment, and because of that, it led to the death of an individual, sir. So we will definitely ensure that in the future we are these kind of shortcomings and these kind of incidents should not happen, as every life is very, very precious to each and every one, sir. So he had mentioned about the MHIS and said that he's concerned about the fact that the money cannot be used for all the treatments. But so that is the nature of how insurance coverage is. And the insurance coverage is in certain amount for certain things, sir. For example, for the neuro surgeries, it's 1.28 lakhs coverage. For the craniotomy, it is 78,000. For high-end drugs, it can go up to 39,000. For CT scans, up from 2,000 to 5,000. So the insurance packages always work like that. So we cannot have that 5 lakh to be used for anything that we would want. And that's the nature of how insurance works, sir. But yes, we try to make it as much patient-friendly or as per flexible as possible. But it is not completely possible for us to make it fully flexible so that anything can be taken up. That in insurance that does not work. At the same time, he had mentioned about the pneumonia cases in children. So definitely we have taken a note of this aspect also. Our Kolkata MLA, Mr. Rupert, had mentioned about the sub-centers and that he's concerned about the different infrastructures. Some, in fact, improvement has been made. He was mentioning that the work is going slow in some of the areas. I can assure the Honourable Member that we will ensure that the works are improved and implemented at the earliest. And also the fact that all the sub-centers that are there in the state, so we have decided that we'll be taking them up and we'll be improving the overall infrastructure in all the all the sub-centers in the state. And of course, the issue of the upgradation of Kolkata PHC to CHC also is under active consideration, sir. And yes, very soon we will be coming out with the official notification for that. The PHC in Adukri also, he has mentioned that it's in bad condition, sir. I can assure the Honourable Member that we will ensure that whatever steps can be taken to improve the infrastructure in Adukri is also done. He mentioned about the sub-center in Chachnat and Agrapatar. So we will definitely look into the work and speed up the work in these areas. Mentioned about the dentists. So we are in the process of coming up with, we are actively considering, we are actively considering a dentist cadre also. But in the meantime, wherever it's possible, so we will try to work out to see that if the posts are there, then we'll work towards ensuring that these are all filled up and necessary services are provided at the grassroots level. Mr. Lazarus, our MLA from Chokpot, had mentioned about the maternal mortality rate. And sir, as I had mentioned already, that a lot of hard work is going into this. And this has been, in fact, the basis of a large number of other programs that have happened, including the self-help group movement, which I was talking about yesterday, started with our concern about maternal mortality rate. So I can assure the Honourable Member and all the other members that the maternal mortality rate number is one of the key bases and key points around which a large number of the programs of the state government are running. And definitely, we are all very concerned and we are making all-out effort to ensure that this is reduced. As I said, sir, even in the month from January to May 2022, we saw a 40% reduction in the maternal mortality rate. Sir, the works, in fact, for the Chokpot CHC, which he had mentioned, the building, of course, is in bad shape, sir, but I want to assure the member that we are taking that up and building renovation and infrastructure renovation will be done for the existing building out there. Regarding the 100-bedded hospital, so this matter has to be examined because this requires not just infrastructure but also manpower. But yes, Chokpot is a very area which is very interior and not connected well with the other headquarters, and hence they do require. So we will examine this matter, sir, and depending on the funds and other availability of resources, including human resource, we will examine this matter also. He had mentioned about the sub-center in Jetra. That also, sir, is something that we will examine. I've taken a note of that. He mentioned about the upgradation of the Ruga sub-center to PHC. We will definitely get this matter also examined, but I cannot give a commitment right now on the floor of the House. And he had made a general statement about the manpower requirement and technicians in Chokpot CHC. And yes, sir, this, of course, is a matter of concern, which I had mentioned that almost in every health center, this shortage of manpower is there, sir, but we are actively working towards trying to resolve the issues of the technicians and the manpower in almost all the areas. As he had also mentioned about the chemotherapy in Tura, as I've informed, sir, the chemotherapy services are available in Tura also, but of course we have to examine on having a full-fledged center in the near future, but these are things which have to examine and work towards. And so with that, sir, I have tried to cover all the points that the honourable members have mentioned, and with these few words, sir, and the clarifications, I would like to resume my seat, sir. Thank you very much.
Sir, I thank the Honourable Chief Minister for the
comment about this.
Thank you, sir.
Current status. Sir, can I get one Just one, sir. On this hepatitis C, sir. Just one, sir, please.
We're wasting time, I think.
So, Honorable Chief Minister had mentioned, I didn't catch, did the Honorable Chief Minister say on the hepatitis C that it is considered rupees 2,000 per day?
Yes. Yes, the current MHIS has coverage of 2,000 to 5,000 for CT scan, but for hepatitis C, it is 2,100 per day.
Sir, that could be a bit slightly higher, sir, because the whole course would be 60,000 to 1 lakh, sir. Then,
Yeah, I think we're close. We're close now.
I'll take a note. I'll take a note.
So short duration discussion has come to a close now. Now we come to item number 4, voting on demands for grants. We'll not be able to give too much time here. I think we'll close the voting on demands for grant till 2:15. On 13th September, we'll now take up grant number 4. On 13th September 2022, Sri Zenit M. Sangma was still continuing with his speech on the court motion to demand number 4. You may continue with your speech. As I have said, we will close this voting on demands for grants till 2:15. President, please, you may continue.
Mr. Speaker, sir, thank you profusely for allowing me to continue my submission by extending the time of today's business of the House. Sir, last time I just started my submission by supporting the cut motion moved by the honourable member from Umroi, Sri George B. Lindo. So, sir, from the demand, from the voting on the supplementary demand, we can see already almost 500 crores have been already voted through grant for the current financial year. And in addition to that, another 150 crores is being sought to be voted. Along with this, it is going to be more than 600 crores, Mr. Speaker, sir. And apart from the Atmanirbhar loan of 1,345.72 crores, another more than 600 crores from the government to be given as grant to the MSL is a matter of concern, sir. We know that all is not well in the MSL. Glaring example and the reflection of the alleged mismanagement is that till now the salary and the pension of the salary of the month of August has not yet been given to the employees. And the gratuity and leave encashment and other terminal benefits for the pensioners has amounting to 136 crore is yet to be paid to the pensioners. Mr. Speaker, sir, we can see the hardships and the agonies of the employees and the pensioners. Delegation of them met us also, they have aired their grievances. And this has to be addressed by the government immediately. Sir, I have been cautioning this government that the alleged misappropriation of fund in the MSL and the vis-a-vis the management in the corporation since long time back. We can see yesterday also when so many members, honorable members of this August House participated in the motion on power. They were mentioning about the transformer. Number of villages are being without electricity because of faulty transformers. From the statement given during question hour today, we can see altogether 313 villages are without electricity at this moment because of the transformer failure. And to be specific, in my constituency, one village is there called Gondugri, under Garobada subdivision. In this village, there is no electricity since 7th of May 2022. It's been 4 months now. How can people live without electricity at this era? The students, the children are having exam during hot summer day. We cannot spend even few minutes without electricity. At night, people are not being able to sleep. So the government has to take cognizance of this immediately and restore electricity in all of these villages. As far as the implementation of different schemes, for instance, Saubhagya scheme has been implemented with haphazard manner. The service is not up to the mark. The result is not up to the mark. Number of service connections, which are shown in the completion report, do not have tally with the actual service connection as determined from the energy bills, Mr. Speaker, sir. And the contractors who have executed the works under Saubhagya program, the contractors who are from outside the state, they were awarded at a very high rate, 51% above. And their bills have been cleared so easily. But the local contractors who have been engaged in executing the work of service connection, the internal wiring, and also the work was allotted to these local contractors as per schedule of rate. And that too has not yet been paid to the local contractors. And for the information of this August House, Mr. Speaker, sir, for the big companies who executed the infrastructure works under Saubhagya scheme, they have been paid, their bills have been cleared, even from the loan, the money which was taken on loan. So, I'm afraid the money which we are going to vote today also, there may be misuse in this, because their favorite contractors are being paid even from the loan component. These contractors who are coming from outside, they will spend outside. And if the local contractors, if they would have been paid with their dues, they are our people and they would be spending within our state mostly. But whereas the government of India has already cleared the money under Saubhagya. Then another alleged scam in MSL is UGO billing system. Under this, the MSL has gone ahead with a digital UGO billing system and without calling any tender, they have awarded the work. Is it in conformity with the provision of the rule? There was inquiry commission to inquire the alleged scams and irregularities in MSCL, but after that inquiry commission had done their job also, another scam came out immediately on this UGO billing system. I want categorical reply and answer on this very specific issue on behalf of the people of the state, Mr. Speaker, sir. And installation of smart meters, Mr. Speaker, sir. Just for the sake of implementing this scheme, another haphazard mode of implementation in this program also. The smart meters were installed in the rural areas. Why not in urban areas? Why not in industries? Industries are making profit. They are profit-making units. But whereas these so-called smart meters have been installed in the rural areas rather than installing it in the urban area and the industries. What is the modus operandi in this? Because the rural people, they are semi-literate. Most of them are not educated. They can be fooled. This is the very reason why this smart meters program has been implemented in the rural areas only at the first instance. And in the process of implementing and installing these smart meters, very interesting thing is the smart meters are installed in different households. And to synchronize it, there is no installation of smart meter in the distribution transformer. Why it is so? How then, without synchronizing the smart meters which are installed in different households along with the distribution transformer, how the AT&C loss will be determined? How it is being managed? And there is still the special tariff going on for the industries. Yesterday, honorable members were showing their concern for the electricity bills being increased rapidly. But yes, the electricity, the tariff is being increased for the consumers, common consumers, whereas extra attention, extra facilities being given to the industries. Only 4 rupees 90 paisa for the industries under BIA, Barnihad Industrial Association. And another 30% waiving one-time settlement scheme kind of program was imposed. This is the reflection of the mismanagement and alleged misappropriation in the corporation, Mr. Speaker, sir. And another generation, since August 2019, one of the 30 megawatt machines in the stage 4 of Umiam hydroelectric project is out of order. thereby causing hundreds of crores of rupees loss. Another failure of the generation company, one of the units having 42 megawatts capacity under Leska power project is also not functioning at this moment. Why it is so? I would like to question the government of the day, why the efficiency level of the generation company is not being increased. They are trying to get easy money only. Is more than 600 crores could have been spent, utilized for giving salary to the teachers, giving pensions, developmental works, clearing the bills of the local contractors, who are our beloved people only. That is why there has been allegations being circulated, which has been carried in the print media and electronic media, that this government is using this MSL as milking cow. Another power project, the only hydropower project which was coming up in Garo Hills, that is 22.5 megawatt Ganol power project. What is the genesis? It was the government embarked upon this project in 2007. Then after that government changed, it was derailed. Then the estimate has to be revised. And when our government came, the estimate was revised up to 356 crore. The work started. And the target for completion and commissioning this project was December 2018. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, instead of completing and commissioning in December 2018, this government has tried to find ways and means to increase the revised estimate. Why it was necessary? On the query put forward by the subcommittee of Public Accounts Committee, we were replied that there was some geological surprise. What is that geological surprise? When we examined on the spot, all the underground work, construction of the tunnels have already been completed. Only superstructure portion was left out. Is not there any malevolent intention, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, then? And more interesting thing is, they have revised it from 356 crore to 507 crores. And with that also it is not sufficient, and they are planning to further increase the estimate, revised estimate, for another 30-40 crores. On behalf of the people of the state, I want answer on this from the government, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the appointment in the corporate affairs. Last time, 128 multitasking assistants were appointed without any proper manner. Quietly they were appointed. Then recently another 36 junior divisional accountant JDA, 36 number of JDA was appointed. There are lots of irregularities, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. More than 2,000 applicants appeared from Shillong and another about 1,000 from Garo Hills, and only 36 JDAs were appointed. I would like to know from the government as to how many of employees as JDA has been appointed from the first generation of the staffs working under corporate affairs. It is alleged that there has been nepotism and favoritism in the appointment process. So I want answer on this, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, from the government. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, there are lots of different issues pertaining to the mismanagement and alleged misappropriation of fund under this MSL. There is no proper management in the human resource development, human resource management. They have created lots of posts on the top and less employees. The vacant post in the lower grade was not filled up. That means top heavy. How can it function? And now, I think recently they have notified, the government has notified the structural changes. Now the minister in charge of power will be the chairman of MECL. Then under him there will be managing director, director of generation, director of distribution company, director of transmission company. That means that MD, managing director, will respond to 4 different bosses. This is the situation in MECL. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the pertinent points that I have referred to is very, very serious, and I urge upon the government, without delaying all these issues that I have flagged before the government, should be reviewed and corrected immediately, and every penny that is being voted through this house should be utilized optimally in the interest and benefit of the people of the state, for the larger good and the growth of the state. With this submission, I would like to conclude my submission once again by supporting the card motion moved by Sri George Lindo, Honourable Member for Umroi. I resume my seat.
Thank you. May I request the Deputy Chief Minister in charge to make a reply?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, at the outset, I am so thankful to the Honourable Member, Sri George Lindo, MLA from Umroi constituency, who has moved the court motion on the demand number 4, and also the honourable members who participated in this very important motion, who ultimately raised their concerns and also shared their views for the style of functioning as well as for improving the MECL days-to-day functioning from now on. Sir, I would like to go straight to the points raised by the honourable members. The point number 1 is relating to the delay in billing in rural areas raised by the honourable members. Sir, it is true. In fact, the billing system which is being done till today to all the rural areas is for 2 months. But due to the huge shortage of manpower that we have throughout the state, ultimately, the meter readers sometimes were able to go maybe beyond 2 months, and leading to ultimately compiling of the outstanding bills to each and every household. Sir, relating this issue, in fact, we have already again had a review meeting in detail about this pertinent issue, and instruction has been given to the board that henceforth let us try to make sure that the bill collection should be done on monthly basis. And recently I would like to also inform that now the board will again take a decision. Yesterday I have already mentioned very, very clearly relating to engaging more contractual employees wherever required, like meter readers, like Jaculi, wherever the requirement arises. We will surely take this issue very, very seriously to remove the hurdles and to remove the difficulties faced by the beneficiaries, the household throughout the states. Number two, the concerns of the honorable members who participated in this motion is relating to the frequent interruption of powers in the state of Meghalaya, especially during the monsoon season. Sir, I think we are all know when the pole connecting the villages or the locality, we knew it well, the situation that we have here in the state of Meghalaya. Sometimes in the middle of the jungle, the pole was erected and it has to go through the forest. Sometimes it has to go through the bamboo, which is maybe 20 meters height. So their situation is such. Sometimes during the summer, the real issue here is sometimes the trees fell down on the wire. Sometimes the trees fell down on the pole. So it takes a lot of time to identify such incident, and not only take a lot of time, it's so difficult even to approach or to be accessible to such places. So leading to ultimately delay in restoration of the repairing or restoration of the line to such places. So this is what's happening, sir, especially during the monsoon. But during winter, whatever you see, we could see that the interruption for supply of power does not occur much, except during the winter dry season, we sometimes face the load shedding, and the load shedding happens because the shortage of water in our reservoirs. Not only in our reservoirs, even sometimes we have problem with even the company who's supplying us the power to our state discom. But sir, saying this, I'm not saying that these challenges cannot be resolved. Let me assure the honorable members of this August House, government, the department will seriously look into all these issues, and we will try our best to increase, to enhance the services to the best satisfaction of the beneficiaries, the household in the state of ours. Next point, sir, we really have, I think yesterday I've already replied, relating to the delay in replacing the broken transformers. Yes, sir, it is true. I do admit that. Even, sir, in your villages, I think not less than 2 villages, now not less than 2 months, they don't have electricity, which I personally feel is very, very unfortunate, really. Not only your village, sir, but throughout the state. Yesterday, in the third question, I've already replied. We have so much, and Mr. Zenit Sama, Honorable MLA, he did mention about even the number of villages who are yet to get the transformers replaced. It is true, sir. Yesterday, I've already replied. Government now has sanctioned again for 10.13 crores of rupees, and now the procurement process is almost completed, and I'm very sure by next month we will be able to replace those transformers wherever we don't have, and then not only replacement, even the repairing, side by side, the repairing of those damaged transformer will be getting it repaired, and we will create a stock, a pool, wherever necessary from now on. Through the repaired transformers, I'm very sure we will not be ultimately see the restoration work that it takes 1, 2 months or 3 months. So this one, sir, I assure the honorable members. So I'm sure the department will try our best to make sure, as I said to you, once again, of course, the challenges is so huge, no doubt about it, sir. Challenges is so huge, no doubt about it. And not only that, the financial burden that we face in the MECL is huge. Just yesterday, we had a review meeting under the chairmanship of our Honorable Chief Minister. We have seen the liabilities. We have seen the outstanding, which, sometimes we have just to look to heaven. Because why? It's so huge. And you can imagine, sir, right now, monthly, the expenditure is not less than 150 crores. 150 crores monthly, and only 75 crores MECL are able to generate. So 75 crores deficit every month on monthly basis. Sir. So the challenges is so much, no doubt about it. But as I said to you, sir, I assure the honourable members of this House, we are going to resolve these challenges one by one. One by one, we are going to resolve this. And let me reiterate again, yesterday I've already...
Honourable Deputy Chief Minister?
Yes, sir.
Please take a seat. It's now 2:15 p.m. Voting on demand for grants is now closed. The remaining demand for grants will be disposed of by applying sub Rule 3 of the Rule 144 of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business in the Meghalaya Legislative Assembly. That is, demand numbers 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23 do stand bulletin. I will now put the question before the House. The question is that demand numbers 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23 be passed. Those who are for the motion say aye. Those who are against say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. And demand number 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23 are passed by the House. Now we come to item number 5. Let me read out a message from the Governor. Dated 12 September 2022, order. In exercise of the powers conferred by Clause 1 of Article 207 of the Constitution of India, I, Sri Satyapal Malik, Governor of Meghalaya, hereby recommend to the Meghalaya Legislative Assembly the introduction of the Meghalaya Appropriation Number 4, Bill 2022, signed Satyapal Malik, Governor of Meghalaya. Sri Conrad K. Sangma, Chief Minister in charge Finance, to beg leave to introduce the Meghalaya Appropriation Number 4, Bill 2022. Chief Minister, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg leave to introduce the Meghalaya Appropriation Number 4, Bill 2022.
Motion moved. Now let me put the question before the House. The question is that leave be granted to introduce Meghalaya Appropriation Number 4, Bill 2022. Those who are in favor say aye. Aye. Those who are against say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The motion is carried and leave to introduce the bill is granted. Chief Minister, to introduce the bill, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I introduce the bill.
The Commissioner and Secretary to read out the title of the bill.
The Meghalaya Appropriation Number 4 Bill 2022 is introduced.
Now we come to item number 6. Sri President Song, Deputy Chief Minister in charge, Parliamentary Affairs, to move, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the second proviso to Sub-Rule C of Rule 72 of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business in its application to the Meghalaya Appropriation Number 4 Bill 2022 be suspended for the time being, insofar as the rule requires circulation of the bill 4 days in advance before the motion for consideration may be moved.
Motion moved. Let me put a question before the House. The question is that the second proviso to Sub-Rule C of Rule 72 of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business in its application to the Meghalaya Appropriation Number 4 Bill 2022 be suspended for the time being, insofar as the rule requires circulation of the bill 4 days in advance before the motion for consideration may be adopted. Those who are for the motion say aye. Those who are against say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. And motion for suspension of Rule 72C of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business is adopted. We come to item number 7. Let me read out a message from the Governor. Dated 12 September 2022, order. In exercise of the powers conferred by Clause 3 of Article 207 of the Constitution of India, I, Sri Satyapal Malik, Governor of Meghalaya, hereby recommend to the Meghalaya Legislative Assembly the consideration of the Meghalaya Appropriation Number 4 Bill 2022. Signed, Satyapal Malik, Governor of Meghalaya. Sri Conrad K. Sangma, Chief Minister in charge Finance, to move that Meghalaya Appropriation Number 4 Bill 2022 be taken into consideration. Chief Minister, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the Meghalaya Appropriation Number 4 Bill 2022 be taken into consideration.
Motion moved. I will now put a question before the House. The question is that bill be taken into consideration. Those who are in favor say aye. Aye. Those who are against say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it, and the motion for consideration is adopted. Now we come to item number 8. Sri Conrad K. Sangma, Chief Minister in charge Finance, to move that Meghalaya Appropriation Number 4 Bill 2022 be passed. Chief Minister, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the Meghalaya Appropriation Number 4 Bill 2022 be passed.
Motion moved. Now let me put a question before the House. The question is that the Meghalaya Appropriation Number 4 Bill 2022 be passed. Those who are for the motion say aye. Aye. Those who are against say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. The motion is carried and the Meghalaya Appropriation Number 4 Bill 2022 is passed. Now we come to item number 9, consideration and passing of government bills. Sri President Tinsong, Deputy Chief Minister in charge, to move that Meghalaya Street Vendors Protection of Livelihood and Regulation of Street Vending Repealing Bill 2022 be taken into consideration. Deputy Chief Minister, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the Meghalaya Street Vendors Protection of Livelihood and Regulation of Street Vending Repealing Bill 2022 be taken into consideration.
Motion moved. I will now put the question before the House. The question is that the bill be taken into consideration. Those who are in favor say aye. Aye. Those who are against say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. And the motion for consideration is adopted. Now we come to item number 10. Sri President Tinsong, Deputy Chief Minister in charge, to move that the Meghalaya Street Vendors Protection of Livelihood and Regulation of Street Vending Repealing Bill 2022 be passed. Deputy Chief Minister, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the Meghalaya Street Vendors Protection of Livelihood and Regulation of Street Vending Repealing Bill 2022 be passed.
Motion moved. Now let me put the question before the House. The question is that Meghalaya Street Vendors Protection of Livelihood and Regulation of Street Vending Repealing Bill 2022 be passed. Those who are for the motion say aye. Those who are against say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The motion is carried and Meghalaya Street Vendors Protection of Livelihood and Regulation of Street Vending Repealing Bill 2022 is passed. Now we come to item number 11. Sri James K. Sama, Minister in Charge Law, to move that the National Law University of Meghalaya Bill 2022 be taken into consideration. Minister in Charge, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the National Law University of Meghalaya Bill 2022 be taken into consideration.
Motion moved. Now let me put a question before the House. The question is that National Law University of Meghalaya Bill 2022 be taken into consideration. Motion moved. I will now put the question before the House. The question is that bill be taken into consideration. Those who are in favor say aye. Aye. Those who are against say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it, and the motion for consideration is adopted. Now we come to item number 12. Sri James K. Sama, Minister in charge, to move that the Meghalaya Street Vendors Protection of Livelihood and Regulation of Street Vending Repealing Bill 22 be passed. Chief Minister, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the National Law University Meghalaya Bill 2022 be passed.
Sorry, some correction in the typing error. We'll get it corrected. Yeah. Motion moved. Now let me put question before the House. The question is that the National Law University of Meghalaya Bill 2022 be passed. Those who are for the motion say aye. Aye. Those who are against say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. The motion is carried and the Meghalaya Street Vendors the National Law University of Meghalaya Bill 2022 be passed. Those who are for the motion say aye. Aye. Those who are against say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. And the National Law University of Meghalaya Bill 2022 is passed. Now we come to item number 13. Sri Conrad K. Sama, Chief Minister in charge Finance, to move that Meghalaya Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Amendment Bill 2022 be taken into consideration. Chief Minister, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the Meghalaya Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Amendment Bill 2022 be taken into consideration.
Motion moved. I will now put the question before the House. The question is that bill be taken into consideration. Those who are in favor say aye. Aye. Those who are against say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it, and the motion for consideration is adopted. Now we come to item number 14. Sri Conrad K. Sama, Chief Minister in charge Finance, to move that the Meghalaya Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Amendment Bill 2022 be passed. Chief Minister, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the Meghalaya Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Amendment Bill 2022 be passed.
Motion moved. Now let me put a question before the House. The question is that Meghalaya Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Amendment Bill 2022 be passed. Those who are for the motion say aye. Aye. Those who are against say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. The motion is carried and the Meghalaya Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Amendment Bill 2022 is passed. Now we come to item number 15. Sir James K. Sangma, Minister in Charge Taxation, to move that the Meghalaya Professions, Trades, Callings and Employments Taxation Amendment Bill 2022 be taken into consideration. Chief Minister, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the Meghalaya Professions, Trades, Callings and Employments Taxation Amendment Bill 2022 be taken into consideration.
Motion moved. I will now put the question before the House. The question is that bill be taken into consideration. Those who are in favor say aye. Aye. Those who are against say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it, and the motion for consideration is adopted. Sir James K. Sangma, Minister in Charge Taxation, to move that Meghalaya Profession, Trades, Callings and Employments Taxation Amendment Bill 2022 be passed. Chief Minister, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the Meghalaya Professions, Trades, Callings and Employment Taxation Amendment Bill 2022 be passed.
Motion moved. Now let me put the question before the House. The question is that Meghalaya Professions, Trades, Callings and Employment Taxation Amendment Bill 2022 be passed. Those who are for the motion say aye. Aye. Those who are against say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. The motion is carried and to Meghalaya.
Meghalaya Professions, Trades.
The Meghalaya Professions, Trade, Callings and Employment Taxation Amendment Bill 2022 is passed. Let me read, now we come to item number 17. Let me read out a message from the Governor. Dated 8 September 2022, order. In exercise of the powers conferred by Clause 1 and 3 of the Article 207 of the Constitution of India, I, Satyapal Malik, Governor of Meghalaya, hereby recommend to the Meghalaya Legislative Assembly for introduction, consideration and passing of the Meghalaya Goods and Services Amendment Bill 2022. Signed, Satyapal Malik, Governor of Meghalaya. Shri James K. Sangma, Minister in Charge Taxation, to move that the Meghalaya Goods and Services Amendment Bill 2022 be taken into consideration.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the Meghalaya Goods and Services Tax Amendment Bill 2022 be taken into consideration.
Motion moved. I will now put the question before the House. The question is that bill be taken into consideration. Those who are in favor say aye. Aye. Those who are against say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it, and the motion for consideration is adopted. Now we come to item number 18. Sir James K. Sangma, Minister in Charge Taxation, to move that the Meghalaya Goods and Services Tax Amendment Bill 2022 be passed. Chief Minister, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the Meghalaya Goods and Services Tax Amendment Bill 2022 be passed.
Motion moved. Now let me put the question before the House. The question is that Meghalaya Goods and Services Tax Amendment Bill 2022 be passed. Those who are for the motion say aye. Aye. Those who are against say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. The motion is carried and Meghalaya Goods and Services Tax Amendment Bill 2022 is passed. Now we come to item number 19. Shri Conrad K. Sangma, Chief Minister in Charge Tourism, to move that the Meghalaya Ropeway Bill 2022 be taken into consideration.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the Meghalaya Ropeway Bill 2022 be taken into consideration.
Motion moved. I will now put a question before the House. The question is that the bill be taken into consideration. Those who are in favor say aye. Aye. Those who are against say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it, and the motion for consideration is adopted. Now we come to item number 20. Shri Conrad K. Sangma, Chief Minister in Charge Taxation, to move that Meghalaya Ropeway Bill 2022 be passed. Chief Minister, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the Meghalaya Ropeway Bill 2022 be passed.
Motion moved. Now let me put a question before the House. The question is that Meghalaya Ropeway Bill 2022 be passed. Those who are for the motion say aye. Aye. Those who are against say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. The motion is carried and Meghalaya Ropeway Bill 2022 is passed. Next item is laying of reports. Item number 21. Sri James K. Sangma, Minister in Charge, Health and Family Welfare, to lay the Meghalaya Human Immunodeficiency Virus and Acquired Immune Deficiency Syndrome Rules 2022.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the Meghalaya Human Immunodeficiency Virus and Acquired Immune Deficiency Syndrome Rules 2022.
Now we come to item number 22. Shri President Tensong, Deputy Chief Minister in Charge, Power Department, to lay the following. Roman 1, the 9th Annual Report of the Meghalaya Power Transmission Corporation Limited for the year 2017. Roman 2, the 9th Annual Report of the Meghalaya Power Distribution Corporation Limited for the year 2017-2018. Roman 3, the 9th Annual Report of the Meghalaya Power Generation Corporation Limited for the year 2017-2018. And Roman 4, the 9th Annual Report of the Meghalaya Energy Corporation Limited for the year 2017-2018. I miss out the first one, which is 2017-2018.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to read the following. 1. The 9th Annual Report of the Meghalaya Power Transmission Corporation Limited for the year 2017-2018. 2. The 9th Annual Report of the Meghalaya Power Distribution Corporation Limited for the year 2017-2018. Number 3. The 9th Annual Report of the Meghalaya Power Generation Corporation Limited for the year 2017-2018. And number 4, the 9th Annual Report of Meghalaya Power Energy Corporation Limited for the year 2017-2018.
Now we come to the next item, laying of audit report, item number 23. Sri Conrad K. Sangma, Chief Minister in charge Finance, to lay the following. Roman 1, the report of the Controller of and Auditor General of India Revenue Sector for the year ended 31st March 2020. Roman 2, the State Finances Audit Report of the Comptroller and Auditor General of India for the year ended 31st March 2021. Roman 3, the report of the Comptroller and Auditor General of India and social and economic sectors for the year ended 31st March 2020.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following. 1. The report of the Comptroller and Auditor General of India Revenue Sector for the year ended 31st March 2020. 2. The State Finances Audit Report of the Comptroller and Auditor General of India for the year ended 31st March 2021. 3. The report of the Comptroller and Auditor General of India on social and economic sectors for the year ended 31st March 2020.
Now we come to item number 24, laying of Assembly Committee Report. Srimati Dikanshi Dishira, MLA and Chairperson, Committee on Petitions, to present the report of the committee.
Honorable Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the report of the Committee on Petition.
Now we come to item number 5, this prorogation and adjournment Sendai. Before I adjourn the House, let me read out a message of prorogation from the Governor, dated 14 September 2022. Ordered, in exercise of the powers conferred by Clause 2A of the Article 174 of the Constitution of India, I, Satyapal Malik, Governor of Meghalaya, hereby prorogue the autumn session of the Meghalaya Legislative Assembly at the conclusion of its sitting on 16 September 2022. Signed, Satyapal Malik, Governor of Meghalaya. Since we have come to the end of our business for the current autumn session 2022, the House stands prorogued Senadai. Please stand up for the national anthem.
Shama